cursed by Rich von Halt. The moonlight spilled through the open window, curtains billowing in the night breeze. In the bare room, a small stool sat beside a whiskey bottle, and a rope tied in a knot hung ominously from the exposed ceiling beam above. Father Gabriel Gabor, clad in a white tank top and black slacks, gripped a short glass of whiskey and downed it in one swift gulp. He squeezed his eyes shut, willing the pain to subside. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. With each step of his bare feet, the floorboards creaked beneath him as he climbed onto the stool. Grasping the rope, he slipped it over his head, the coarse fibers chafing his skin. Adjusting his stance, Gabriel gazed heavenward, his voice a hoarse whisper. Father, please forgive me, for I am about to sin. A beat passed, the silence suffocating. I don't want this life anymore. From the shadows, Lou emerged, a demonic mirror image of Gabriel, dressed in black from head to toe. He existed solely in Gabriel's tortured mind. What's taking so long? Lou's tone dripped with impatience. You know he will not be mad for what you're about to do. He understands your pain. His words hung in the air, insidious. Trust me. Tears welled in Gabriel's eyes, his voice cracking as he addressed the ceiling once more. I don't care if he gets mad. A pause, then a whisper. I don't care about anyone at all. Lou watched, his gaze unwavering, as Gabriel's feet trembled on the stool. In a heartbeat, the stool tipped, striking the whiskey bottle. Glass shattered, the sound reverberating through the room like a gunshot. Gabriel's eyes flew open, shock etched across his face as the reality of his actions crashed down upon him. In the church's back room, Father Gabriel donned a white robe over his short-sleeved clergy shirt and black pants. He slipped on a gold priest robe, the fabric whispering against his skin. The muffled sound of organ music seeped through the walls as he reached for a short glass of whiskey, tossing it back in one swift motion. Entering the altar, Father Gabriel's gaze fell upon Martha, an elderly woman in her 80s, petite and fragile, standing alone in the second pew amidst a sea of empty seats. The church's high ceiling loomed above, the stained glass windows casting a kaleidoscope of colors across the room. Martha, Father Gabriel acknowledged, his voice tinged with a hint of exasperation. Her again, he muttered under his breath before forcing a smile. Hello? Martha waved, her excitement palpable. Father Gabriel, noticing the empty church, strode past the towering altar, making his way towards her. He glanced at the organist, his voice echoing in the vast space. That'll be all for today. The organist gathered his sheet music and departed, leaving Father Gabriel and Martha alone. I guess it's just me and you today, Father Gabriel remarked, settling into the pew in front of her. We can make this informal. Martha beamed, fidgeting as she contemplated where to sit. Father Gabriel, sensing her uncertainty, reassured her, Don't worry, I'll come to you. As they both took their seats, Father Gabriel inquired, So what would you like to talk about today? Martha, eager to engage, replied, Just whatever you were going to talk about. Logically, what's on your mind? Father Gabriel probed, his curiosity piqued. Martha leaned forward, her voice low. Well, you know that old liquor store on the corner? Father Gabriel nodded. Yes, I believe so. Well, there was a murder there last week. One of those working girls, Martha revealed, her eyes widening. Father Gabriel raised an eyebrow, caught off guard by the sudden shift in conversation. Martha, realizing the impropriety of her words, clasped her hand over her mouth, glancing around furtively. "You know, women of the night." Father Gabriel chuckled, attempting to put her at ease. "It's all right." Martha, emboldened by his reaction, continued, "Well, anyway, she went in there late and never came out." "So she wasn't murdered, then? She's missing?" Father Gabriel questioned, trying to piece together the story. "No, that's the last place she was seen. Her body showed up days later in that empty lot," Martha clarified, her voice trembling slightly. Father Gabriel regarded her with a perplexed expression, unsure of how to respond. Martha, sensing his unease, pressed on. "Can you believe stuff like that happens in our neighborhood? Component, placement, bad things happen all the time in places you wouldn't expect," Father Gabriel replied, his tone somber. Martha's eyes softened. "I just feel bad for that poor girl. Working girl or not, she was innocent and didn't deserve that." She paused, her voice barely a whisper. "We're all God's children." "Well," Father Gabriel began, but Martha interrupted. "This neighborhood used to be a safe place," she lamented. "The only place I feel safe is here." Martha reached out, placing her hand on his. Father Gabriel glanced down at the unexpected contact. "That makes for one of us," he muttered to himself. "What's that, dear?" Martha inquired, not quite catching his words. Father Gabriel looked up, meeting her gaze. "I'm glad you're here," he replied, forcing a smile. Later on the bus, Father Gabriel sat near the front, a blue bomber jacket concealing his clergy shirt. Lou, his ever-present companion, stood opposite him, gripping the rails, clad in black from head to toe. A young mother and her small daughter boarded the bus, searching for a seat. Father Gabriel, lost in thought, kept his eyes fixed straight ahead, showing no inclination to offer his seat. The mother and daughter walked past him, making their way towards the back of the bus. Lou, surprised by Father Gabriel's lack of chivalry, remarked, "You made her go all the way towards the back." "I'm tired," Father Gabriel responded, his voice flat, his gaze unwavering. Lou smirked, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes, as the bus rumbled on through the city streets. In the bustling soup kitchen, a line of people snaked toward the counter, their faces etched with hunger and weariness. Others sat at long picnic tables, hunched over their meals, the clatter of utensils against plates filling the air. Father Gabriel, his steps purposeful, headed towards the kitchen, pushing open the back door adorned with a "Help Wanted" sign. The break room was a small, dimly lit space, the only illumination coming from the light above the computer. Father Gabriel shed his jacket, hanging it on a hook next to the computer, and reached for an apron draped over the chair. As he tied it around his waist, he delved into his jacket pocket, retrieving a mini bottle of Jack Daniels, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Lou, ever present, lurked in the corner, his form barely discernible amidst the stacked boxes. "You might want to save some. We're running low," he cautioned, his voice a whisper in the shadows. "Leave me alone," Father Gabriel snapped, tossing back the contents of the bottle in one swift motion. He discarded the empty container, his focus shifting to the task at hand. Back in the main area, Liz Shepherd, a woman in her 40s with short, dirty blonde hair, is wearing jean shorts that were cut from pants and a blue button-down shirt that's way too big for her. She has a small tattoo of the name Arlo on the left side of her neck. She stands in line, her eyes fixed on the counter. Father Gabriel emerged, his gaze downcast, as he greeted the next guest. "Hi, can I get you something?" "Yeah, everything, please," Liz replied, her voice tinged with exhaustion. Father Gabriel mechanically piled food onto a plate, handing it to her without a glance. "Thank you, Father," Liz murmured, but her words went unacknowledged as he moved on to the next person in line. Liz made her way to a table, settling down to eat. Moments later, Magdalena, a trans woman in her early 30s with a dark complexion and wild, curly hair, plopped her tray down beside her. "Girl, you won't believe what I just got," she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "What is it now, Mags?" Liz asked between mouthfuls, her curiosity piqued. Magdalena reached into her purse, producing a gleaming Rolex. "A Rolex," she announced, her voice barely above a whisper. Liz's eyes widened, her fork pausing midair. "You better put that away before someone sees it." Magdalena smirked, tucking the watch back into her purse. "I'm going to get rid of it before anyone notices." She pulled out a compact mirror, examined her reflection, and dabbed powder on her face. "And with the money, I'm going to get new extensions." "You look fine, Mags," Liz reassured her, a smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. Magdalena snapped the compact shut, gesturing with it for emphasis. "Yes, but I can always look finer. And so can you, Liz." Liz laughed, shaking her head. "Shut up. I'm just saying, you're not getting younger. And the men, well, they like 'em young-looking." Magdalena pointed out. "I'm doing okay," Liz countered, her voice tinged with defensiveness. Magdalena glanced down at their trays, her nose wrinkling in distaste. "Liz, what are we eating?" "I think it's chicken," Liz replied, prodding the unappetizing lump on her plate. "Ugh, we can't be doing this forever. I'm getting mine and going to find me a rich white man and settle down," Magdalena declared, her voice dripping with determination. Liz raised an eyebrow. "So your knight in shining armor is an old white guy. He's not going to leave me like some of these broke-ass niggas," Magdalena retorted, her laughter echoing through the room. "Men are men," Liz muttered, her tone tinged with bitterness. "Yeah, but I can still get half. You feel me?" Magdalena grinned, her eyes dancing with mirth. Liz's shoulders sagged. She set down her food, wiping her mouth with a napkin. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the distance. A teenage girl and her mother engaged in a heated argument, their voices rising above the din of the soup kitchen. "I don't want to eat this," the girl shouted, her face contorted with anger. "I'm tired of coming here. Why can't you get it together?" The mother sank into a chair, her body racked with sobs. Magdalena shook her head, her expression a mix of pity and disdain. That's why I don't have kids." She turned to Liz, her gaze intense. "Sorry, I didn't—" "It's okay," Liz interjected, shrugging her shoulders in a futile attempt to brush off the pain. Magdalena, sensing the shift in mood, changed the subject. "You want to come and get a manicure with me?" "Zrinya." "No, I have to be somewhere," Liz replied, her tone curt. "New client?" Magdalena probed, her eyebrows raised in question. "No," Liz snapped, her patience wearing thin. Magdalena rolled her eyes, exasperation written across her features. "Liz, you can't be doing this to yourself. You have to let Daryl go. He's never going to leave his wife." Liz stood abruptly, her chair scraping against the floor. "Magdalena, not everyone can steal Rolexes," she retorted, snatching up her tray and stalking towards the trash can. "I'm just saying," Magdalena called after her, unfazed by the outburst. Liz paused, her shoulders slumping in defeat. "I'll see you tonight, right?" "Swingin' sure," Magdalena replied, waving her hand dismissively. "'Kay, girl, bye." Liz turned on her heel and exited the soup kitchen. Magdalena, undeterred, continued to eat. The bus rumbled through the city, its headlights cutting through the darkness. Father Gabriel disembarked, his feet hitting the pavement with a dull thud. He strode along the streets, his steps echoing in the night. As he crossed the road, his gaze drifted to the other side, where a group of prostitutes congregated, their presence a stark contrast to the stillness of the evening. He watched them, his eyes drawn to their world, a reality so different from his own. Liz stood among the women, a cigarette dangling from her lips. She wore a loose tank top that clung to her curves, a short skirt that barely grazed her thighs, and boots that reached her knees. Beside her, Scarlett, a 19-year-old Caucasian with a trailer trash aesthetic, took a drag from her own cigarette, exhaling a plume of smoke into the night air. "Are you waiting on Daryl?" Scarlett asked, her voice cutting through the silence. Liz shifted, her eyes darting away. "Why'd you say that?" "Because 3 cars had stopped in front of you, and you let the other girls take it," Scarlett pointed out. Liz shrugged, her gaze distant. "I don't know, there's something about him. He makes you feel special?" Scarlett probed, her eyebrows raised in question. "Something like that," Liz murmured, her words trailing off as an old beat-up Oldsmobile pulled up, its brakes squealing as it came to a stop in front of her. "Speak of the devil," Scarlett quipped, her lips curving into a knowing smirk. Daryl, a tall, thin man in his 40s, with shaggy, dirty blonde hair and a southern drawl, sat behind the wheel, a cigarette dangling from his lips. He put the car in park, his eyes fixed on Liz. "Hey, Liz," he called out, his voice cutting through the night. Liz turned away, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Scarlett stared at her, concern etched on her face. "Come on, Liz. We both know you're going to get into the car," Daryl persisted, his tone a mix of persuasion and expectation. A single tear escaped Liz's eye, rolling down her cheek. Daryl climbed out of the car, his movements slow and deliberate. He glanced at Scarlett, his voice low. "Scarlett, can you give us a moment?" Scarlett nodded, rubbing Liz's arm in a gesture of comfort before slipping away into the shadows. "Liz, is this about the other night?" Daryl asked in confusion. Liz shook her head, her voice trembling. "No, Daryl, it's about all the nights. I don't see this working. I just don't want to be the girl on the side. You've told me so many times that you were leaving her." Daryl sighed, running a hand through his hair. "Liz, it's not that easy. We have kids." Liz turned away, her shoulders hunched in defeat. Daryl reached out, his fingers grazing her arm. "But I love you, Liz," he murmured, his voice soft, almost pleading. She glanced at him, a flicker of hope in her eyes. "You mean that?" "Zrenia," Liz skazala. "Of course," Daryl assured her, pulling her into an embrace. Liz melted into his arms, her eyes fluttering closed. Daryl released her, his hands resting on her shoulders. "Now are you going to get in the car?" She nodded a silent acquiescence. Daryl guided her to the passenger side, opening the door for her. Liz slid into the seat. From across the street, Father Gabriel watched, his eyes taking in the scene. Liz waved to the other girls, a forced smile on her lips, before the door closed, sealing her inside the Oldsmobile. The car roared to life, its taillights disappearing into the night. Father Gabriel tore his gaze away. In the darkness of the clergy house, Father Gabriel stood at the kitchen sink, his hands submerged in soapy water as he washed the dishes. The house was immaculate, the silence broken only by the gentle clink of plates and utensils. He wore his short-sleeved clergy shirt, black pants and shoes, his attire a stark contrast to the shadows that enveloped the room. As he reached for a butcher knife, his fingers curled around the handle, the metal cool against his skin. He wiped the blade clean, his eyes fixated on the gleaming surface. In the mirror that hung on the wall beside the refrigerator, his reflection stared back at him, a haunted visage in the dim light. Lou sat at the table, a newspaper spread out before him. He glanced up, his gaze lingering on Father Gabriel, a silent observer of the unfolding scene. With a steady hand, Father Gabriel pressed the blade against his left wrist, applying gentle pressure. A bead of crimson bloomed beneath the knife's edge, a stark contrast against his pale skin. His eyes widened, a flicker of shock passing over his features as he dropped the knife, the metal clattering against the counter. He snatched a dish rag, wrapping it tightly around his wrist, the fabric absorbing the scarlet stain. "What were you doing with that?" Lou inquired, his voice cutting through the stillness. "Nothing," Father Gabriel replied, his tone clipped, his eyes averted. Lou arched an eyebrow, a knowing smirk playing on his lips. "Come on, Gabe, I saw everything." "Nothing. It's nothing. Keep reading your paper," Father Gabriel snapped, his words laced with a hint of desperation. Lou returned to his newspaper, his attention seemingly focused on the printed words. "I'm proud of you," he murmured, the words hanging in the air like a twisted benediction. Father Gabriel reached for the bottle of whiskey, his fingers curling around the neck. He raised it to his lips, taking a deep swig, the amber liquid burning a path down his throat. Across town, the bar pulsed with energy, the stage awash in a kaleidoscope of colors as drag queens performed to the cheers of the crowd. Magdalena, surrounded by friends, her voice rising above the din as she shouted encouragement to the performers. Liz entered the bar. She made her way to the bar, sliding onto a stool beside Magdalena. "Hey, Johnny, can I get a cranberry and vodka?" she called out to the bartender, her voice tinged with weariness. Johnny, a slender African-American man in his 20s, his white dress shirt, cut off at the shoulders, revealing toned arms, and black short shorts hugging his lean frame, flashed a grin. "Lizzie, I got you, girl," he replied, his hands already reaching for the bottles. Magdalena swiveled on her stool, her eyes widening as she caught sight of Liz. "Hey, girl, you made it," she exclaimed, her voice cutting through the music. Johnny placed the drink in front of Liz, the red liquid swirling in the glass. "Thanks, Johnny," Liz murmured, grabbing the drink and taking a sip through the thin red straw. "Can you put it on my tab?" she asked, her eyes meeting Johnny's. "Sure, Lizzie," he replied, his smile warm and understanding. Magdalena waved a hand, her bracelets jangling. "Put it on my tab, Johnny," she insisted, her tone brooking no argument. Liz shook her head, a faint smile tugging at her lips. "No, it's okay." "Liz, please," Magdalena persisted, her eyes soft with concern. "Thank you." Liz relented, the gratitude evident in her voice. Magdalena leaned in. "What happened, girl? You look like shit." Liz plucked the straw from her drink, tossing it at Magdalena in a playful gesture. "Thanks for that," she retorted, her tone dry. "I'm just saying." Magdalena shrugged, her lips quirking into a smirk. Liz sighed, her shoulders slumping. "I got in a fight with Daryl." Magdalena rolled her eyes, her exasperation palpable. "Girl, I don't know why you're still messing with him. He's not going to leave his wife." "He says he is," Liz countered, her voice tinged with a hint of desperation. "They all do." Magdalena scoffed, her words laced with bitter experience. "Even so, your life isn't going to be any better." Liz raised an eyebrow, her lips twisting into a wry smile. "Thanks, Maggie." Magdalena reached out, her hand resting on Liz's arm, a gesture of support. "I'm just saying, You probably can do better all by yourself. You don't need him." Liz's gaze drifted, her thoughts wandering. "I feel it's either him or Arlo." "Well, we don't have to settle," Magdalena declared, her voice filled with conviction. "Good things are going to happen." "Promise?" Liz asked, her eyes searching Magdalena's face, a flicker of hope in their depths. "Promise," Magdalena affirmed, her pinky finger extending. In the break room of the clergy house, the aroma of freshly brewed coffee mingled with the sizzle of eggs frying in a pan. Deacon Richard, his curly hair framing his clean-shaven face, bustled about the kitchen, preparing breakfast with practiced efficiency. Father Simon, bald and in his early 50s, poured steaming coffee into mugs, the rich liquid swirling against the ceramic. Father Peter, the church leader, sat on a sofa near the table, his eyes focused on the newspaper in his hands. His early 60s had etched lines of experience and grumpiness onto his face. The door swung open, and Father Gabriel strode in, his long-sleeved clergy attire concealing the white bandage on his left wrist. "Gentlemen," he greeted, his voice echoing in the room. "Good morning. Breakfast is on the table." Deacon Richard replied, gesturing to the spread before them. Father Simon held up a coffee cup, his eyebrows raised in question. "Coffee? Yes, thank you." Father Gabriel nodded, accepting the proffered mug. He raised it to his lips, the hot liquid coursing down his throat. This is what I needed." Father Gabriel settled at the table, his plate heaped with food. Deacon Richard and Father Simon joined him, their presence a familiar comfort. "This looks great." "Thanks, Deacon," Father Gabriel remarked, his fork already in motion. As he ate, Father Gabriel glanced at Father Peter, who remained engrossed in the newspaper. "Your Excellency, anything interesting in the paper this morning?" Father Peter lowered the paper, his gaze sharp and aggressive, as it fell on Father Gabriel. He raised the paper once more, obscuring his face. Same old stuff. Pimps, prostitutes, and murder. Tragedy," Father Simon murmured, turning to sip his coffee. Father Gabriel shrugged, his tone nonchalant. "If you think so." Father Simon's voice was tinged with concern. "Yes, I do. This is happening in our own neighborhood." "Yeah, but these people are asking for it," Father Gabriel countered, his words hanging in the air like a challenge. Father Peter interjected, his voice firm. "How so?" "They are a product of their environment. They don't know of anything else. Or how to change," Deacon Richard added, his face somber. Father Simon nodded, his eyes alight with determination. "Right. I think we should be more in our community. Our attendance shows it. People just don't come to church. They are lost." Father Peter leaned forward, his hands clasped before him. "And with that being said, there is something that we're doing that will change all of that." Father Gabriel's eyebrows shot up, curiosity piqued. "And what's that?" "We have a brother transferring here from the Midwest," Father Peter revealed. "How is that going to change?" Father Gabriel questioned, skepticism lacing his words. Father Peter's lips twitched, a hint of amusement in his eyes. "Well, he's young. More importantly, why is he being transferred down here?" Father Gabriel pressed, his gaze intense. Father Peter sighed, his shoulders slumping slightly. "We have to house him for about a year." Confusion etched itself onto Father Gabriel's face. "Also, he will be taking over Sunday Mass," Father Peter continued, cutting through the silence. Father Gabriel's jaw clenched, his voice tight with disbelief. "But that's my Mass." Deacon Richard and Father Simon exchanged a glance, the tension palpable in the room. Father Peter met Father Gabriel's gaze, his expression resolute. Yes, but we feel you should take a break. A break? Father Gabriel echoed, his voice rising with indignation. We've had some complaints, Father Peter explained, his tone even. Father Gabriel scoffed, his eyes narrowing. Complaints? From who? You said it. No one comes to our church. Father Peter's voice remained calm, yet firm. Well, the ones that do come and contribute say you became distant, cynical. Father Gabriel's fist slammed against the table, rattling the dishes. I don't know what the fuck you are talking about. I do my job. Father Simon's voice cut through the tension, his words measured. It's not just a job, but you lack compassion. It shows, Father. Deacon Richard acted, his tone gentle yet resolute. Father Gabriel pushed back from the table, his chair scraping against the floor. Yeah, well, let's see how your young pedophile does. Or should I say, how our attendance treats him. He stood abruptly, his plate in hand. I'm going to be late for counseling. With quick, angry strides, Father Gabriel dumped his uneaten food into the trash, his frustration evident in every movement. He stalked towards the exit, his words dripping with sarcasm. Thanks for the breakfast. The door slammed behind him, the sound reverberating through the room. In the counseling quarters of the church, Father Gabriel sat behind a desk, his gaze distant as Jacob and Rachel, a young couple in their mid-20s, bickered incessantly. Their voices rose in volume, filling the room with a cacophony of frustration and anger. Father, Jacob's voice cut through the noise, demanding attention. Father, Rachel echoed, her tone equally insistent. Father, they shouted in unison, their voices merging into a desperate plea. Father Gabriel was startled, his eyes snapping to the couple before him. They stared at him, their gazes intense, expectant. Yes? Father Gabriel asked, his voice flat, devoid of emotion. Rachel's eyes narrowed, her words laced with accusation. Were you even listening? Зрение. Да, разумеем, отговорил отец Гавриил, тон ему неубедителен. Jacob leaned forward, his hands gesticulating wildly. Father, we're having a hard time. We're about to get married, and all we do is fight. We fight over the color of flowers, tablecloths, lighting, music. Number of guests, food. Rachel interjected, turning to Father Gabriel. All I want him to do is participate. Jacob scoffed, his gaze shifting to Rachel. Yeah, but that's women's stuff. I have to worry about how I'm going to pay for everything. He turned back to Father Gabriel, his voice tinged with bitterness. Her father's not helping. Rachel's eyes flashed, her words sharp. You're not doing it entirely alone. Swing. Well, it feels like it, Jacob retorted, his jaw clenched. Rachel shot Jacob a withering glare, her anger palpable. She stood abruptly, her chair scraping against the floor as she stormed out of the room. Thanks, Father, Jacob muttered, his tone dripping with sarcasm as he followed after her. Father Gabriel reached for the bottom drawer of the desk, his fingers curling around the neck of a bottle of Irish whiskey. He retrieved a small glass and poured the amber liquid until it reached 3/4 full. Raising the glass in a mock salute to Lou, who sat across from him, Father Gabriel downed the whiskey in one swift motion, the burn of the alcohol searing his throat. Later on the bus, Father Gabriel sat towards the back, his gaze fixed on the world outside the window. Lou's voice broke through his thoughts. Why didn't you want to help that couple? Zrenya, because they're kids. They'll figure it out. Why waste my breath? Father Gabriel replied, his tone dismissive. Lou's laughter filled the space between them, a twisted sound that echoed in Father Gabriel's ears. He continued to stare out the window. In the break room of the soup kitchen, Father Gabriel shrugged off his jacket, reaching for an apron. As he tied it around his waist, Lou's voice cut through the silence once more. "What are you going to do about the new priest?" Father Gabriel's lips twisted into a bitter smile. "What can I do? They want to allow a rapist in the church and take my Sunday Mass. Oh well, it's not like I care about the sermon anyway. He sounds delightful. I like him already," Lou remarked, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Fuck you, Lou," Father Gabriel snapped, his hand delving into his jacket pocket. His fingers closed around empty space, and he cursed under his breath. "Fuck." "What's the matter?" Lou inquired, his eyebrows raised in mock concern. "My travel bottles. I'm out," Father Gabriel muttered, his frustration evident. "Remind me when we're done here." "Зрение. Да, сигурно, шеф." Лу отговорил. Гласът му бил ласкал с малко забавен тон. Father Gabriel's shoulders slumped. In the bustling main area of the soup kitchen, Father Gabriel served the homeless, his movements methodical, almost mechanical. He ladled food onto waiting plates, his right hand bearing the burden while his left remained still at his side. Amidst the sea of faces, Liz sat at a table, her focus on the meal before her. Magdalena plopped down beside her, her usual exuberance notably absent. "What, no lunch?" Liz inquired, her eyebrows raised in question. Magdalena shook her head, her voice strained. "Not today, girl." Liz's gaze swept over Magdalena's face, taking in the dark circles beneath her eyes and the pallor of her skin. "You look like shit." "Haha, funny," Magdalena retorted, her tone flat, devoid of humor. "What happened to you?" Liz pressed, concern etched in the lines of her face. Magdalena's lower lip trembled, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "I got jacked, girl." "Swing. Your Rolex?" Liz asked, her voice softening. "Yep," Magdalena confirmed, a sob escaping her throat. "They got my savings, too." Liz reached out, her hand resting on Magdalena's shoulder, a gesture of comfort amidst the chaos. "Oh, Maggie." Magdalena leaned into Liz's touch, her voice with desperation. "Liz, we can't do this anymore. We weren't meant for this. Let's get out of this city. I don't have any family. You don't have any family. Let's be roommates like Monica and Rachel." Liz withdrew her hand, her gaze dropping to the table. I can't leave Arlo." "Zrenia. Arlo даже не заметит. He has so many girls working for him," Magdalena argued, her tone laced with frustration. "He's been there from the beginning. I'm sorry, Mags," Liz murmured, her words tinged with regret. "I have to get going." Liz stood abruptly, her chair scraping against the floor as she exited, leaving Magdalena alone, her disbelief palpable in the silence that followed. "Liz," Magdalena called out, her voice barely above a whisper, lost in the din of the soup kitchen. Across the room, Scylla, the manager in her mid-40s, surveyed the scene, her gaze landing on Father Gabriel. She noticed the way he favored his right hand, his left hanging limply at his side. With purposeful strides, she made her way around the counter, approaching him. "Next," Father Gabriel called out, his voice flat, devoid of emotion. A person stepped forward, their plate extended. Father Gabriel picked up a scoop of creamed peas, shaking them onto the waiting dish. "Would you like some?" Scylla tapped him on the shoulder, her touch gentle yet insistent. Father Gabriel turned, his eyes meeting hers. "Yes, Scylla." "Father, can I speak to you for a minute?" Scylla asked, her tone serious. "Sure," Father Gabriel replied, setting the ladle down in the creamed peas. In the break room, Scylla settled into her chair behind the desk, gesturing to another seat. "Here, Father, have a seat." Lou lurked in the shadows, his presence a constant reminder of Father Gabriel's inner demons. Father Gabriel sank into the offered chair, his shoulders slumped. "Father, is everything okay?" Scylla inquired, her gaze probing, searching for answers. "Yes, everything's good," Father Gabriel replied, his words ringing hollow, even to his own ears. Scylla leaned forward, her elbows resting on the desk. "I noticed you haven't been using your left arm all day today, and when you did, there's a noticeable white bandage around your wrist. Now, I'm not one to judge, but you smell heavily of alcohol. I let it go because half the people in here smell of alcohol, but you hurting yourself really concerns me." Father Gabriel shifted in his seat, his eyes darting away from Scylla's piercing gaze. "I didn't hurt myself. What would make you think that?" "Father, please, I'm concerned. What can I do to help you?" Scylla pressed, her voice softening, laced with genuine worry. "There's nothing you can do to help me," Father Gabriel muttered. Scylla stood, her chair scraping against the floor. As she moved towards the door, she turned, her eyes meeting Father Gabriel's once more. "I can't have you on the floor in your condition. I think it's best you clean up. You're always welcome here." She paused, her hand on the doorknob. "Take care of yourself, Father." Father Gabriel nodded, his gaze fixed on the empty seat before him, the echoes of Scylla's concern lingering in the air. As the door clicked shut, Lou's voice cut through the silence. "Man, your luck is wearing thin." "I know," Father Gabriel murmured, his voice barely audible. "You're kind of a piece of shit," Lou remarked, his words dripping with disdain. Father Gabriel's shoulders slumped further, his voice with defeat. "Feels that way. Is this his way of telling me it's time?" Lou's laughter filled the room, a twisted sound that sent shivers down Father Gabriel's spine. "I don't think there's a better time than now. At this point, who's going to miss you?" Father Gabriel turned, his eyes meeting Lou's, a flicker of determination amidst the despair. "All right, let's go get some booze." With those words, Father Gabriel rose from his seat and followed Lou out of the break room. In the dimly lit Motel 6 room, Liz straddled Daryl, her naked body glistening with sweat. Her wild hair cascaded down her back as she threw her head towards the ceiling, lost in the throes of passion. "Yes," she moaned, her voice a breathless whisper. "Yes." Suddenly a deep snore pierced the air. Liz's eyes snapped open, her gaze falling on Daryl's sleeping form beneath her. Shock and disbelief coursed through her veins as she brought her hand down, slapping him hard. "Daryl!" she shouted, her voice laced with anger and frustration. Daryl jolted awake, his eyes bleary with sleep. "Oh, sorry, I must have fallen asleep," he mumbled, his words slurred. "How?" Liz demanded, her eyes narrowing in disbelief. Daryl shrugged, his tone nonchalant. "What can I say, Liz? I'm really tired, and this isn't doing it for me tonight. There's money on the dresser. Take it. I need to get some sleep." Liz dismounted him, her movements sharp and angry as she gathered her clothes, hastily dressing herself. "I hope you're not this much of a pig to your wife." She spat. Daryl merely rolled over, his back to her, dismissing her presence. Liz stood there, disgust etched on her face, as she snatched the money from the dresser and stormed out of the room. Outside, the streets were alive with the pulse of the city. Liz walked briskly, a cigarette dangling from her lips as she fought back tears. Across the street, she spotted Allie and Candy, two young prostitutes in their 20s, their scantily clad bodies a stark contrast to the gritty surroundings. Allie, an African-American woman with brownish blonde hair, wore short shorts that barely covered her curves. Candy, a Hispanic American with bleach blonde locks, donned a tight leather outfit that left little to the imagination. "Hey, Lizzie, what's good?" Allie called out, her voice carrying across the street. Candy's eyes widened as she noticed Liz's tear-stained face. "You been crying? What happened?" "Zarinya, was it Daryl?" Ally asked, her tone laced with concern. "We'll get Arlo. He'll have him killed." Candy offered her words a promise of retribution. Liz shook her head, wiping away the tears with the back of her hand. "No, girls, it's okay. Nothing happened. Daryl's out of my life." Candy nodded, her lips curving into a smile. "Good. You don't need that kind of man in your life." Allie chimed in, her voice filled with youthful exuberance. "Girl, just use these guys for what it's worth. Get yours." Liz's gaze swept over the two young women, a wistful expression on her face. She reached out, touching Candy's hair, her fingers running through the silky strands. "You guys are young and beautiful. Look at this hair. It's gorgeous." Allie pointed to a car creeping up the street, its headlights cutting through the darkness. "Come on, Lizzie, you still got it. Come on, get this next one here." Liz stepped back, shaking her head. "I'm going to take a break tonight. I'm a bit thirsty. I'll see you later." She turned and walked away. Candy watched her go, her lips pursed in disapproval. She needs to get to work. Arlo's going to be pissed," Allie agreed. The two young women sauntered towards the approaching car, their hips swaying, ready to ply their trade in the unforgiving streets. Across town, a bus rumbled through the city, its headlights piercing the darkness. It came to a stop in front of the imposing church, its doors hissing open. Father Gabriel and Lou stepped out, their faces illuminated by the harsh glow of the streetlights. They stood on the steps, their gazes lifted towards the towering structure before them. Father Gabriel drew in a deep breath, the cool night air filling his lungs. He exhaled. "You know what? Fuck this place," he declared, his voice echoing in the stillness. Lou grinned, his eyes glinting with mischief. "You said it, brother." Father Gabriel turned his back on the church, his steps purposeful as he walked away. Lou followed close behind, a silent shadow in the night, as they disappeared into the labyrinth of the city streets, their destinies intertwined in a dance of darkness and despair. The convenience store's fluorescent lights cast a harsh glow as Father Gabriel and Lou stepped inside. Clark, the middle-aged cashier behind the register, acknowledged their presence with a nod. "Father," he greeted, his voice flat. "Clark," Father Gabriel replied, his tone equally devoid of emotion. Father Gabriel made his way towards the alcohol section, his steps purposeful. He paused before the bourbon and vodka, his eyes scanning the bottles. Lou's voice cut through the stillness. "I'm not really feeling vodka today. Maybe we can get some bourbon. It's smoother." Father Gabriel let out a laugh, the sound bitter and hollow. "I need this a lot more than you do." Lou reached out, his fingers curling around a bottle of bourbon. "I think this will do." Father Gabriel snatched the bottle from Lou's grasp, his eyes glinting with determination. "Oh, what the hell?" He glanced at Lou, a flicker of understanding passing between them. Lou smirked, his voice tinged with irony. "What the hell is right?" Father Gabriel studied the bottle for a moment before striding towards the counter, his steps with purpose. "You only live once," he muttered, his words laced with a twisted sense of finality. "That's for sure," Lou agreed, his presence a constant shadow at Father Gabriel's side. At the counter, Father Gabriel placed the bourbon before Clark, their gazes locking in silent acknowledgement. Clark picked up the bottle, scanning it with a practiced motion before slipping it into a brown paper bag. As he handed the bag to Father Gabriel, His eyes drifted to the bandage wrapped around the priest's wrist, a silent question hanging in the air. Father Gabriel tossed money onto the counter, his fingers curling around the bag as he nodded curtly. Clark returned the gesture, a wordless exchange between two men bound by the unspoken secrets of the night. Outside, the city streets stretched out before them, a labyrinth of shadows and neon. Father Gabriel tore open the bourbon, the paper bag crinkling beneath his fingers. He raised the bottle to his lips, the amber liquid burning a path down his throat. Lou's voice drifted through the night air, a twisted echo of Father Gabriel's thoughts. "What will you do on Sunday?" "Sunday?" Father Gabriel repeated, his voice with disdain. "They got the new guy coming in. Fuck Sunday." "What about Martha?" Lou pressed, his tone mocking. Father Gabriel barked out a laugh, the sound harsh and grating. "You think I give a shit about that little old woman?" Lou's eyebrows shot up, a silent challenge. "What about him?" Father Gabriel's eyes hardened, his jaw clenching. "I lost respect for him a long time ago. This whole place is going to shit, and everyone in it." Lou's laughter filled the night, a twisted soundtrack to Father Gabriel's descent. "So no one cares. Just that sad old lady. That's sad." Father Gabriel raised the bottle once more, the bourbon sloshing against the glass as he took another deep swig, the liquid coursing through his veins. Across town, Liz approached the convenience store, her steps weary. Sammy, a tall, slender African-American man in his 20s, lounged against the ice machine, his eyes narrowing as he spotted her. "Lizzie Boo," he called out, his voice smooth as silk. "Sammy," Liz acknowledged, her voice flat. She made her way over to him, her movements with exhaustion. Sammy leaned in, his eyes glinting with promise. "You lookin'? Swing. I need something," Liz replied, her words tinged with desperation. Sammy's lips curved into a knowing smile. "I got you, girl." He reached into his pocket, his hand emerging with a small bag. He pressed it into Liz's palm, his fingers lingering against her skin. "Here's some nose candy for you." Liz shook her head, her eyes dull. "I don't do candy." "That's all you, baby girl," Sammy insisted, his voice a seductive purr. "It'll take the pain away." Liz hesitated, her mind whirling. "Fuck it," she muttered, her voice barely above a whisper. "Is there some place I can do this now?" "Come on," Sammy urged, his hand on the small of her back as he guided her around the back of the store. Inside Sammy's car, a tan 1988 Lincoln Town car, Liz slid into the passenger seat, her movements sluggish. Sammy settled behind the wheel, his presence a looming shadow. Liz handed him the small bag, her fingers trembling. "Here, set this up for me." Sammy obliged, his fingers deft as he lined the powder on the dashboard. Liz's eyes were bloodshot, the remnants of her mascara streaking her cheeks, a testament to the tears she had shed. Her hair hung in disheveled strands, a reflection of the chaos within. "Here, baby girl, take this hundo and feel at peace," Sammy murmured, pressing a rolled-up $100 bill into Liz's hand. Liz took the bill, her gaze shifting from Sammy to the line of cocaine on the dashboard. She paused a moment of hesitation before pressing the rolled-up bill to her nostril. Her eyes fluttered closed as she inhaled deeply, the white powder disappearing up her nose. She leaned back, her head lolling against the headrest as the drug coursed through her body. Sammy's hands snaked around the back of her head, his fingers tangling in her hair as he pulled her towards his lap, a predatory glint in his eyes. Liz wandered through the streets, her mind clouded by the haze of drugs and despair. The city's cacophony assaulted her senses, the blaring horns of cars pounding in her skull. Across the street, a man caught her eye, his form wavering as he argued with himself, a bottle clutched in his hand. As Liz watched, her vision blurred, the man's image splitting and merging, a dizzying dance of reality and illusion. The man stumbled forward, his feet tangling beneath him, and he pitched face first onto the unforgiving pavement. Liz's eyes widened, a moment of clarity piercing through the fog. She bolted across the street, her legs pumping, her heart racing as she dodged the oncoming traffic. Tires screeched, horns blared, but Liz's focus remained unwavering, her sights set on the fallen man. So she reached him, her hands shaking as she turned him over. A gash marred his forehead, blood pooling on the pavement, and a crimson stain spreading beneath him. His eyes were closed, his face ashen, his body limp in her arms. Liz's gaze darted around, her voice rising in a desperate plea. Somebody help. The world faded to black, the chaos of the streets giving way to the stillness of a bedroom. Father Gabriel's eyes fluttered open, his surroundings unfamiliar, his mind groggy. He rubbed his eyes, wincing as he attempted to sit up, his body protesting the sudden movement. Liz appeared at his side, her hand gentle on his shoulder. Not so. Fast, she cautioned, her voice soft. Where am I? Father Gabriel asked, his words slurred, his mind struggling to piece together the fragments of his memory. You hit your head, Liz explained, her eyes filled with concern. Father Gabriel shifted, a pressing need making itself known. I gotta pee, he mumbled, his words tinged with urgency. Liz extended her arm, a silent offer of support. Okay, take my arm, she instructed, her voice calm and reassuring. Father Gabriel grasped her arm, his fingers curling around her skin as he slowly rose to his feet. Liz guided him, her steps measured, her presence a steadying force in the unfamiliar surroundings. They made their way down the hallway, Liz's apartment a maze of shadows and muted colors. She led him to the bathroom, her arm outstretched, a silent beacon in the dimness. Father Gabriel pushed open the bathroom door, his movements sluggish, his mind still foggy. Liz waited patiently outside, her ears straining for any signs of distress and worry. The door creaked open, and Father Gabriel emerged, his face pale, his eyes glazed. Liz extended her arm once more, ready to guide him back to the sanctuary of the bedroom. I think I can manage, Father Gabriel muttered, brushing past her, his steps unsteady. Liz followed close behind, her presence a silent guardian, ready to catch him should he falter. They entered the bedroom, the space filled with a stillness. Okay, Liz said, her voice soft, her arm falling to her side. I think it's best you stay here. Father Gabriel shook his head, his jaw clenched with stubbornness. Number I should get going, he insisted, his words laced with a desperate need to escape, to flee from the unfamiliar surroundings and the concern in Liz's eyes. He took a step forward, his balance faltering, his vision swimming. Liz's hands shot out, grasping his arms, steadying him as he swayed. Whoa, she murmured, her voice tinged with worry. Let's sit down for a second. Father Gabriel sank onto the bed, his mind reeling. Liz's hand rested on his shoulder, a gentle pressure, a silent reassurance. Just lay down for a minute, she urged, her words soft, her eyes filled with a quiet understanding. You hit your head pretty hard. She paused, her gaze drifting towards the door. I'll bring some food in, she offered, her voice trailing off as she slipped from the room, leaving Father Gabriel alone with his thoughts. He lay back, his head sinking into the pillow, his fingers gingerly probing the tender spot on his forehead. In the corner of the room, a shadowy figure caught his eye. Lou stood behind the door. Father Gabriel tore his eyes away, his gaze fixed on the ceiling. In the kitchen of Liz's apartment, the sizzle of breakfast filled the air, mingling with the soft strains of music that drifted through the space. Liz moved about the room, her movements practiced, her mind elsewhere. As she cooked, her gaze kept darting. To the vodka bottle perched in the cabinet, its presence a silent temptation. With each passing moment, the pull of the alcohol grew stronger until Liz could no longer resist. She lunged for the bottle, her fingers wrapping around the neck as she wrenched it open. In one swift motion, she raised it to her lips, the clear liquid burning a path down her throat as she gulped it down. Leaning against the counter, Liz squeezed her eyes shut, the world around her fading into a haze. She stood there, motionless, the silence broken only by the pounding of her own heart. Outside, the sun beat down on the street. Liz emerged from the house, a cigarette dangling from her lips. She took a deep drag, the smoke curling around her face as she exhaled. "How's your friend?" Dan called out, his voice cutting through the stillness. He sat in a wheelchair, his legs missing, a guitar perched on his lap. His fingers plucked at the strings, the notes twanging in the air. Liz's eyes narrowed, her voice sharp. "He's not my friend." "Sorry, guest for the night," Dan amended, his tone laced with sarcasm. "It's not like that," Liz snapped. Dan's lips twisted into a sneer. "I didn't realize you lowered your standards to fucking priests." Liz's anger flared, white-hot and consuming. "Fuck you, Dan," she spat, flicking her cigarette to the ground. She turned on her heel, stalking back into the house, the door slamming behind her. "I love you too, Liz," Dan called after her, his voice mocking. He began to sing, his words haunting in the stillness. "I've hurt myself today, to see if I still feel." Inside the apartment, Liz stormed into the living room, her heart pounding, her mind reeling. The sound of retching reached her ears, and she whirled around to see Father Gabriel sprinting towards the bathroom, his face pale, his eyes wild. The door slammed shut behind him, the sound echoing through the space. Liz approached the bathroom, her steps tentative, her voice soft. "You hungry?" The only response was the sound of Father Gabriel vomiting, the harsh retching filling the air. In the bathroom, Father Gabriel clung to the toilet, his knuckles white, his body shaking with each heave. He glanced at the door, his voice hoarse as he called out, "I'm all right. Just give me a minute." "Okay, I'm here if you need me," Liz replied, her words muffled through the door. Lou materialized against the door, his presence a constant reminder of Father Gabriel's inner demons. He watched as Father Gabriel stood before the mirror, his hands trembling as he washed them, his face haggard in the harsh light. "You all right there?" Lou asked, his voice dripping with false concern. Father Gabriel met Lou's gaze in the mirror, his eyes haunted. "Yeah, I'll be fine." Lou's lips curled into a smirk. "You know the best cure for a hangover is another drink." Father Gabriel's mind struggled to piece together the fragmented memories of the night before. What happened last night? Component placement. "You were upset, and you fell," Lou replied, his words smooth, his tone nonchalant. Father Gabriel's eyes narrowed, suspicion creeping into his voice. "Fell? Or pushed?" Lou shrugged, his expression innocent. "I can't control what the alcohol does." Father Gabriel's gaze drifted to the cut on his forehead, the jagged line running from the middle of his brow, curving around his right eye. The stitches were uneven, the spacing erratic. a testament to the haphazard nature of the repair. "Did she stitch this herself?" Father Gabriel muttered, his fingers gingerly probing the wound. "This looks like she used a stapler. What am I supposed to do now?" Lou's eyebrows shot up, a silent question. "About?" Father Gabriel's shoulders slumped. "Everything," he whispered, his reflection staring back at him, a broken man in a world that had long since forsaken him. In the kitchen of Liz's apartment, the sizzle of eggs and the aroma of toast filled the air. Liz stood at the stove, her fingers deftly lining up a thin strip of cocaine on the counter. She lowered her head, her nose hovering above the white powder, and inhaled deeply, the drug rushing through her system like a jolt of electricity. Father Gabriel entered the living space, his eyes scanning the bare apartment. To his left, a small TV perched on a stand, its blank screen staring back at him. A blue sofa hugged the wall, a table and lamp nestled beside it, offering a meager semblance of comfort. A cocktail table sat in front, its surface littered with a few dog-eared magazines. Straight ahead, a small circular table stood, a lonely sentinel in the dull space. To the right, Liz moved about the kitchen, her movements fluid, her focus unwavering. The thin brown rug that ran through the apartment did little to alleviate the oppressive dullness that hung in the air. I'm sorry for the trouble I've caused," Father Gabriel said, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Liz glanced over her shoulder, a small smile playing on her lips. "It's no trouble, honest. I think I'm going to call a lift and get going," Father Gabriel continued, his feet shuffling towards the door. "Wait," Liz called out, turning to face him, 2 paper plates laden with eggs and toast in her hands. "Not without eating, please." She gestured towards the small dining table, her eyes pleading. Father Gabriel hesitated, his steps faltering as he made his way to the table. Liz placed a plate before him, the steam rising from the eggs, the toast a golden brown. "Let me go get you silverware," she said, moving towards the kitchen. "What would you like to drink?" she asked, her voice drifting from the other room. "We have water, coffee, milk, vodka." Father Gabriel picked up the toast, his fingers gingerly inspecting the underside. A flicker of disgust crossed his face, and he dropped it back onto the paper plate. "Coffee's fine," he replied, his voice flat. Liz returned, setting a mug of coffee before him. She handed him a plastic knife and fork, the utensils feeling flimsy in his grip. She settled into the chair opposite him, her own plate before her. Father Gabriel studied the plastic ware, a moment of silence stretching between them. Liz took a bite of her eggs, her eyes darting to his face. "Is everything okay?" she asked. "Yeah, great," Father Gabriel replied, his tone unconvincing. Liz's eyes widened, a sudden realization dawning on her. "Oh, I'm sorry. Should I have said grace?" Father Gabriel shook his head. "Number, you're fine. I don't think I actually say grace." He took a bite of his eggs, the flavor bland on his tongue. "So how long have you been a priest?" Liz asked, her curiosity piqued. Father Gabriel wiped his mouth with a small piece of paper towel, his movements deliberate. "It feels like all my life," he replied, his gaze distant. "Ever since I was a boy, I was fascinated with God." Liz leaned forward, her eyes searching his face. "So you've never been with a woman?" Father Gabriel's fork clattered against the plate, the sound jarring in the stillness. "Oh, I'm sorry. I don't mean to be so forward. You don't have to answer that." Liz backpedaled, her cheeks flushing. "It's okay," Father Gabriel said, his voice even. "I was more interested in doing God's work." Liz nodded, her fingers toying with her fork. "I've never really had a conversation with a priest before." "That's all right, but as it goes, I don't think I'm making a dent. So what's the point?" Father Gabriel mused, his words laced with bitterness. "Is that what the alcohol is for?" Liz asked, her voice soft. Father Gabriel's jaw clenched, his eyes darting to the sofa in the next room. Lou sat there, a newspaper spread out before him, his presence a constant reminder of Father Gabriel's inner demons. "We all find ways to cope with our problems," Father Gabriel said, his voice tight. He sniffled, the sound loud in the quiet apartment. Liz wiped her mouth and nose with her napkin, a flush of embarrassment creeping up her neck. "I'm going through a bit of—" she began, her words trailing off. "You don't have to confess anything to me," Father Gabriel interjected, his tone sharp. "I'm not confessing. I'm just stating—" Liz tried again, her voice rising. "I don't really care," Father Gabriel snapped, his words cutting through the air like a knife. "You're not a nice priest," Liz said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Why? Because I don't want to hear your problems?" Father Gabriel retorted, his eyes flashing with anger. He pushed back from the table, his chair scraping against the floor. "I should get going. Thank you for this." Father Gabriel took a step, his balance faltering. In a heartbeat, he pitched forward, his face slamming against the thin rug, his body crumpling to the floor. Liz leapt to her feet, rushing to his side. "You are in no shape to be out there alone," she said, her hands hovering over his prone form. The stitches on his forehead had split open, fresh blood seeping from the wound, staining the carpet crimson. "Ah, great. Your stitches opened up," Liz muttered, her fingers gently probing the gash. "My what?" Father Gabriel mumbled, his eyes fluttering closed. In the shadowy confines of Liz's bedroom, Father Gabriel lay on the bed, his eyes fixed on the ceiling, his mind a tangled web of thoughts. Lou's voice drifted through the air, a disembodied presence that seemed to emanate from the very walls. "This is a new you," Lou remarked, his tone laced with a hint of amusement. Father Gabriel's gaze shifted to the window where Lou stood, a silhouette against the night sky. "What do you mean?" "Well, you're listening to a complete stranger," Lou pointed out, his lips curving into a smirk. A laugh escaped Father Gabriel's lips, the sound hollow and bitter. "It's been a long time since someone cared about me." "What about me?" Lou asked, his voice tinged with mock hurt. Father Gabriel shook his head, his eyelids growing. "I think I need some sleep," he muttered, his words slurring as exhaustion claimed him. The next day dawned, the sunlight filtering through the curtains, casting a soft glow across the room. Liz grabbed a glass of water and 2 aspirin in her hand. She placed them on the end table, the glass clinking against the wood. Father Gabriel stirred, his eyes fluttering open, his gaze falling on the offerings. "Oh, you're awake?" Liz asked, her voice soft. "I'm having trouble sleeping," Father Gabriel admitted, his voice rough with fatigue. He sat up, his movements slow and deliberate. He reached for the aspirin, popping it into his mouth before taking a sip of water. The cool liquid soothed his parched throat, but did little to ease. Liz watched him, her eyes filled with concern. "Better?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Father Gabriel nodded, his gaze fixed on the floor, his mind a million miles away. "Okay," Liz said, her tone gentle. She hesitated for a moment before continuing. "I have to run some errands. Would you like to come? Some fresh air will do you good." She turned towards the door, her footsteps soft against the carpet. "Did you stitch me up?" Father Gabriel asked, his voice cutting through the stillness. Liz paused, glancing back at him over her shoulder. "Yeah, I used to be a nurse," she replied, a flicker of nostalgia in her eyes. "What happened?" Father Gabriel probed, his curiosity piqued. Liz shrugged, her gaze distant. "I had other things I needed to focus on, and it wasn't for me." Father Gabriel notices her neck tattoo. "Did that hurt?" he said. His eyes shifted to her neck. "What this?" She moves her neck to show him. "Some would say it's similar to what you are feeling." She replies. "Yeah, right. Who's Arlo?" he asked. "He's someone important to me." She responded. "That's nice," he replies. Father Gabriel nodded, his mind already drifting to the prospect of leaving the suffocating confines of the apartment. "I'll get ready," he said, his words a promise. "Okay, see you in a few," Liz replied, a small smile playing on her lips as she slipped out of the room. Father Gabriel's gaze shifted to the opposite side of the bed, where Lou sat, his presence a constant reminder of the demons that haunted him. Lou's laughter filled the air, a twisted sound that grated on Father Gabriel's nerves. "Shut up," Father Gabriel snapped, his eyes flashing with anger. Lou held up his hands in mock surrender. "I didn't say anything," he protested, his voice dripping with innocence. Father Gabriel's jaw clenched, his fingers curling into fists. "I should blame you for the bourbon," he muttered, his words laced with bitterness. "You could have gotten anything you wanted," Lou countered, his eyebrows raised in challenge. Father Gabriel sighed, his shoulders slumping in defeat. "I guess I should get going," he said. "I guess you should," Lou agreed, his lips twisting into a smirk, his eyes glinting with a dark amusement. Father Gabriel pushed himself off the bed, his movements slow and painful, his body a testament to the toll his choices had taken. He moved towards the door. Liz and Father Gabriel emerged from the apartment, the sunlight harsh against their eyes. Dan, ever present, sat outside his door, his wheelchair a silent sentinel. "Liz," he called out, his voice cutting through the stillness. "Dan," Liz acknowledged, her tone flat. Dan's gaze shifted to Father Gabriel, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. "Father," he said, his voice tinged with a hint of mockery. Father Gabriel nodded, his jaw clenched, his steps quickening as they made their way towards Liz's beat-up 1970s Volkswagen Beetle. The blue paint was faded, the metal scarred with the marks of a life well lived. Liz slid into the driver's seat, the car's engines sputtering to life. Father Gabriel hesitated, his hand on the passenger door, his eyes taking in the mail envelopes that littered the seat. With a sweep of her arm, Liz sent them tumbling to the floor, a silent invitation. Father Gabriel's nose wrinkled in distaste as he lowered himself into the car, the scent of stale cigarettes and forgotten dreams assaulting his senses. The back seat was a jumble of clothes and high heels, a chaotic testament to Liz's life. A silver baby ballerina slipper dangled from the rearview mirror, a haunting reminder of innocence lost. As they navigated the streets of the neighborhood, Father Gabriel's gaze drifted out the window, taking in the signs of a less fortunate culture. His eyes narrowed, his lips twisting into a sneer of disdain. Liz brought the car to a stop at a red light, her fingers deftly extracting a cigarette from the pack. She lit it, the flame casting a fleeting glow across her face. "We never got a chance to introduce myself," she said, her words punctuated by a plume of smoke. "I'm Liz." "Gabriel," Father Gabriel replied, his voice clipped. Liz extended her hand, an offering of friendship. Father Gabriel hesitated, his fingers twitching before he reached out, his skin brushing against hers in a fleeting handshake. "Father Gabriel," Liz repeated, a hint of amusement in her tone. "Yeah, something like that," Father Gabriel muttered, his hand retreating to his lap, where he rubbed it discreetly against his pant leg, as if to wipe away the taint of her touch. The light turned green, and Liz eased the car forward, the engine sputtering in protest. Suddenly the car began to slow, the needle on the gas gauge dipping dangerously low. "Oh no, fucker never has any gas," Liz exclaimed, her voice laced with frustration. Father Gabriel's eyes scanned the street, his mind churning. "I think there's a gas station on the next block going west," he said, his words measured. Liz glanced at him, surprise etched on her face. "You know this neighborhood?" "I've been through it," Father Gabriel replied, his tone non-committal. Liz guided the car to the right, pulling into a gas station, the pumps standing like silent sentinels in the afternoon sun. She exited the car, her steps purposeful as she made her way to the pump. An American Express gift card appeared in her hand, a flash of plastic as she slid it into the machine. The display blinked to life, and she selected the 87 button, the cheapest option. With a twist of her wrist, Liz loosened the gasket, her fingers curling around the pump as she inserted it into the car. The cigarette dangled from her lips, a thin trail of smoke rising into the air. Inside the car, Father Gabriel studiously avoided her gaze, his eyes fixed on the dashboard. Lou materialized in the driver's seat, a specter of Father Gabriel's troubled mind. "This is a real piece of shit," Lou remarked, his voice dripping with disdain. "What?" Father Gabriel exclaimed, his head snapping towards Lou. "The car, Gabe, the car," Lou clarified, a smirk playing on his lips. Father Gabriel's shoulders slumped, his gaze returning to the windshield. "Oh yeah," he muttered. Lou leaned in, his breath hot against Father Gabriel's ear. "I see you're making friends," he taunted, his voice a serpentine whisper. "Don't," Father Gabriel warned, his fingers curling into fists. Lou's laughter filled the car, a twisted sound that grated on Father Gabriel's nerves. "Come on. Next thing you know, you'll be going to birthday parties, lunch dates. Who knows? Maybe you'll move in." He goaded, his words dripping with sarcasm. "Shut up, Lou. It's innocent." "We just shook hands," Father Gabriel snapped, his voice tight with anger. "Okay, innocent," Lou conceded, his tone mocking. His eyes widened, a flash of mischief in their depths. "Oh shit, she's done filling up." Father Gabriel's gaze darted to the gas pump, where Liz was replacing the nozzle, her task complete. She slid back into the driver's seat, the cigarette still clamped between her lips. With a flick of her wrist, she started the car, the engine roaring to life. The window rolled down, a rush of fresh air invading the stale confines of the vehicle. "You know you shouldn't smoke while you pump. You can kill us," Father Gabriel admonished, his voice tinged with disapproval. Liz's lips curved into a wry smile, the cigarette bobbing as she spoke. "We're all going to die of something, Father." Father Gabriel's eyes widened, a flash of regret crossing his face. "Sorry, I didn't mean. Number sorry, I'm edgy. I'll put it out next time." Liz interrupted, her voice softening, a hint of apology in her tone. With a screech of tires, Liz pulled out of the gas station, the car lurching forward. In the fluorescent glare of the grocery store, Liz pushed the cart, her steps purposeful, her eyes scanning the shelves. Father Gabriel trailed behind her, his gaze fixed on the items she placed in the cart, a silent observer to her choices. Buy one, get one free deals filled the metal basket, a hodgepodge of granola, potato chips, soda, and frozen foods, a testament to Liz's frugality. "Looks like you're stocking up," Father Gabriel remarked, his eyebrows raised in question. Liz shrugged. her fingers reaching for a box of pasta. "Something like that," she replied, her tone non-committal. "I hope you're not buying more just because of me." "Zrenia," Father Gabriel said. Liz glanced at him over her shoulder, a small smile playing on her lips. "I'm not, but you're more than welcome to have some of it." Father Gabriel's hand shot out, gripping the shelf, his knuckles white. Liz continued to push the cart, oblivious to his sudden halt. She turned the corner, her voice drifting back to him as she continued to talk. Father Peter appeared, his steps faltering as he caught sight of Father Gabriel. Father Alphonsus walked beside him, a new face in the sea of familiarity. "Father," Father Peter exclaimed, surprise coloring his tone. "We've missed you. Where have you been? You don't look so good." Father Gabriel's gaze snapped up, anger flashing in his eyes. Father Peter's hand reached out, his fingers hovering over the stitches that marred Father Gabriel's forehead. "What happened to your head?" Father Peter asked, concern lacing his words. Father Gabriel stepped back. "It looks worse than it is," he muttered, his voice tight. Lou stood behind Father Gabriel, his presence a constant shadow. He plucked a box of mashed potatoes from the shelf, his eyes scanning the back, a picture of nonchalance. "Father Gabriel, this is Father Alphonsus," Father Peter introduced, gesturing to the man beside him. "Hello," Father Alphonsus greeted, his voice smooth, his smile practiced. Father Peter's eyes shone with excitement. "Father Alphonsus will be taking over starting this Sunday. First, thought it would be a good chance for him to meet the community." Father Gabriel's lips twisted into a sneer. "Well, there's not much of a church community," he scoffed, his words dripping with disdain. "That's why I'm here," Father Alphonsus declared, his tone confident, his eyes glinting with determination. Lou snickered, the sound barely audible, a whisper in Father Gabriel's ear. "Among other things," he muttered, his words laced with innuendo. "We're going to shake things up," Father Alphonsus continued, his voice filled with enthusiasm. Lou's laughter echoed in Father Gabriel's mind, a twisted soundtrack to the unfolding scene. Father Peter beamed, his eyes alight with approval. "See, I love his energy," he gushed, his hand clapping Father Alphonsus on the shoulder. He turned to Father Gabriel, his expression softening. "We hope to see you back home soon. We can have someone clean up those stitches." Liz's cart appeared behind Father Gabriel, her fingers toying with a box of pasta. "Hey, Father, I'm thinking of making pasta tonight. Do you like red sauce or white?" she asked, her voice cutting through the tension. She glanced up, her eyes widening as she took in the sight of Father Peter and Father Alphonsus. A moment of silence stretched between them. Father Peter cleared his throat, his gaze darting between Father Gabriel and Liz. "Well, I'll let you get back to it," he said, his words tinged with discomfort. He nodded to Liz, his voice polite. "Ma'am." With that, Father Peter and Father Alphonsus strode past her, their footsteps echoing against the linoleum floor. Lou leaned in, his breath hot against Father Gabriel's ear. "He thinks you two are fucking," he whispered, his voice dripping with amusement. Father Gabriel shot him a sideways glare, his eyes narrowing in warning. Liz watched the priests disappear down the aisle, her hand raised in a half-hearted wave. "Bye," she called out, her voice trailing off. She turned to Father Gabriel. "You know those guys?" "Fellow priests," Father Gabriel replied, his words clipped, his gaze distant. Liz's lips quirked into a wry smile. "A real boys' club, huh?" She paused, her eyes searching his face. "You okay?" "I kept talking, and by the time I got to the milk, I noticed you weren't behind me." Father Gabriel shook his head, his hand rubbing his temple. "Yeah, I got a little dizzy," he admitted, his voice strained. Liz nodded, her expression sympathetic. "Okay, let's head back. I got some more aspirin. I'll fix us up something good to eat." They made their way down the aisle, the cart squeaking as Liz pushed it towards the registers. Lou's voice drifted through Father Gabriel's mind, a sinister whisper. "There's no liquor in her cart. We have to stop when we can. You know how you get," Lou urged, his words a siren's call to Father Gabriel's demons. Father Gabriel glanced back at Lou, his eyes flashing with anger. Father Gabriel sat in the passenger seat of the Volkswagen, 2 brown paper bags perched on his lap like silent sentinels. The car's engine hummed, a steady backdrop to the thoughts that swirled in his mind. Liz glanced at him, her fingers drumming against the steering wheel. "So that one priest is taking over your Sunday Mass?" she asked, her voice cutting through the stillness. "Yep," Father Gabriel replied, his tone clipped, his gaze fixed on the road ahead. Liz's eyebrows shot up, disbelief etched on her face. "And you say the church houses pedophiles?" Father Gabriel sighed. "Well, if a priest gets in trouble doing whatever, they'll get sent to another city in another state. It's a fresh start to clear their name." "Wow, that's crazy," Liz muttered. Father Gabriel shifted in his seat, his fingers tapping against the paper bags. "Hey, listen, would you be able to stop at the convenience store that's coming up?" Liz nodded, already guiding the car into the parking lot. "Sure," she replied, her voice soft. Father Gabriel exited the car, his steps purposeful as he made his way towards the convenience store. Inside the Volkswagen, Liz lit a cigarette, the smoke curling around her like a ghostly embrace. The door chimed as Father Gabriel entered the store, the sound jarring in the stillness. "Clark," he greeted, his voice flat. Clark stood behind the counter, his expression impassive. "Father," he acknowledged, his tone equally devoid of emotion. Father Gabriel navigated the aisles, his eyes scanning the shelves until they landed on the liquor section. He crouched down, his fingers trailing over the bottles until they settled on a familiar label, Seagram's VO. Lou's voice drifted through his mind, a sinister whisper. "Oh, that's my favorite. It goes down like butter," he purred, his words dripping with temptation. Father Gabriel's jaw clenched, his fingers curling around the bottle. "Yeah, this one is needed right now," he muttered, his voice barely audible. The door chimed again, and Liz's voice cut through the stillness. "Father," she called out, her footsteps approaching. Lou's laughter echoed in Father Gabriel's mind. "Oh no, she's here," he taunted, his voice filled with mock concern. Clark's gaze fixed on Liz, his expression unreadable. Father Gabriel hastily returned the Seagram's VO to the shelf, rising to his feet as Liz rounded the corner. "Hey, I was just going to be a minute," Father Gabriel explained, his words rushing out in a jumble. Liz waved a hand, dismissing his concern. "No, it's okay. I forgot something." Father Gabriel stepped towards her. "What did you forget?" "Toilet paper," Liz replied, her lips twisting into a wry smile. Father Gabriel nodded, his hand gesturing towards the appropriate aisle. "Oh, that's right over here." Lou's voice cut through his thoughts, a sinister reminder. "Hey, what about the booze?" he demanded, his tone insistent. Father Gabriel's fingers twitched, his eyes darting to the liquor section. He reached out, grabbing the toilet paper. "I'll get 'em," he murmured, his words a half-hearted promise. Liz's eyebrows shot up, surprise coloring her features. "Oh, thanks," she said, her voice soft, her eyes filled with gratitude. They made their way to the counter, the toilet paper clutched in Father Gabriel's hands. He placed it before Clark, his movements stiff, his eyes averted. "Father?" Clark greeted, his gaze shifting to Liz, a silent question hanging in the air. Father Gabriel cleared his throat, his voice rough. "Ahem. How much for this?" $3.32, Clark replied, his tone businesslike, his eyes never leaving Liz's face. Father Gabriel fumbled in his pocket, his fingers closing around his credit card. He slid it into the Ingenico ICT 250 machine, the plastic cool against his skin. Liz's hand brushed against his arm, a fleeting touch of gratitude. "Thank you, Father," she murmured, her voice soft, her eyes shining with appreciation. Father Gabriel grabbed the toilet paper, his grip tight, his knuckles white. "No problem. That's the least I can do," he replied. He turned to Clark, his voice flat. "Clark." "Father?" Clark acknowledged, his gaze still fixed on Liz. Liz offered a small wave, her lips curving into a gentle smile. "Bye, Clark," she said, her voice warm, her eyes kind. Clark nodded, his expression unreadable, as Father Gabriel and Liz made their way out of the store. Liz struggled under the multiple paper bags, their contents threatening to spill onto the pavement. Father Gabriel followed close behind, his own arms laden with groceries. The sun beat down on them, the heat oppressive, the air with the scent of asphalt and exhaust. As they approached Liz's apartment, Dan sat outside the neighboring unit, a cold beer clutched in his hand. He raised the bottle in a mock salute, his eyes glinting with amusement. "Liz," he called out, his voice rough, his tone mocking. Liz's lips twisted into a wry smile. "Dan, I see you've had a busy day." Dan's laughter echoed in the stillness, a grating sound that set Father Gabriel's teeth on edge. "Father," Dan acknowledged, his gaze shifting to the priest, his expression unreadable. "Dan," Father Gabriel replied, his voice flat, his eyes narrowing. Liz strode past her apartment, oblivious to the eviction notice that fluttered against the door. She came to a halt at the next unit, her arms straining under the bags. "Isn't that your place?" he asked, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Liz glanced back at him, a flicker of something unreadable in her eyes. "Yeah, I just have to drop these off," she replied, her words rushed, her tone dismissive. She knocked on the door, the sound sharp in the stillness. A moment later, the door swung open, revealing a little girl with long, curly hair and wide, innocent eyes. Her dark skin glistened in the sunlight, a stark contrast to the dingy surroundings. "Hi, Leah. First." "Got goodies," Liz said, her voice softening, her lips curving into a genuine smile. "Lizzie," Leah exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. The child stepped aside, allowing Liz to enter the apartment. Father Gabriel followed, his steps hesitant, his eyes taking in the cramped space. Inside, Becca, a woman in her 30s with a harried expression and disheveled hair, swept the floor, her movements jerky, her eyes darting towards the new arrivals. Liz set the grocery bags on the dining table, the plastic crinkling under her touch. Becca's face softened, gratitude shining in her eyes. "Liz, you're a saint," she breathed. Liz waved a hand, dismissing the praise. "Oh, this is nothing. All BOGO items. I can't pass up a deal." The two women embraced, their hug brief but filled with a deep understanding. Becca's gaze drifted to Father Gabriel, curiosity mingling with suspicion. "Oh, who's your friend?" she asked, her eyebrows raised in question. Liz turned to Father Gabriel, gesturing towards the table. "You can put those over there," she instructed, her voice crisp, her tone businesslike. She turned back to Becca, her expression softening. "This is Father Gabriel," she introduced, her words tinged with a hint of something unspoken. Becca's eyes widened, surprise etched on her face. "Father?" she repeated, her voice laced with disbelief. Father Gabriel nodded, a small smile playing on his lips. "Ah, yes, for many years now," he confirmed, his tone gentle, his eyes kind. Becca's gaze darted between Liz and Father Gabriel, a silent question hanging in the air. "How did you two—" She trailed off, her words with implication. "I was hurt, and Liz came to my rescue," Father Gabriel explained, his voice tinged with gratitude. Becca turned to Liz, a flicker of pride in her eyes. "Look at you, using your medical skills. They finally came in handy." "Medical?" he repeated, his voice rising in question. Liz's eyes widened, a flash of panic crossing her face. "Yeah, don't you remember? I told you," she said. Her words rushed, her tone defensive. Father Gabriel rubbed his temple, his expression pained. "Oh yeah, it must be the head," he muttered, his words trailing off into silence. Becca began to unpack the groceries, her fingers trembling slightly as she removed each item from the bags. "Yeah, Liz was going to be a doctor, but that's when she got—" Liz cut her off, her voice sharp, her eyes flashing with warning. "A nurse. I was going to be a nurse," she corrected, her words clipped, her tone leaving no room for argument. Father Gabriel's gaze fixed on Liz, his eyes searching her face for answers. "And what happened?" he asked, his voice soft, his tone gentle. Liz's shoulders slumped, her eyes distant. "Life," she replied. She turned to Becca, her expression brightening, a forced smile plastered on her face. "We should get going," she said, her words rushing out in a jumble. The two women hugged. Once more, their embrace lingering, a silent conversation passing between them. Becca's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her voice thick with emotion. "Thank you so much. When I get some cash tonight, I'll pay you back." Liz shook her head, her hand squeezing Becca's arm in reassurance. "Don't worry about it," she murmured, her words a gentle balm to Becca's wounded soul. Becca's gaze drifted to Leah, a flicker of guilt in her eyes. "You still good to watch, Leah?" she asked, her voice tinged with desperation. Father Gabriel's eyes widened, his gaze fixed on the little girl, a silent question hanging in the air. Liz nodded, her smile warm, her eyes filled with affection. "Of course, bring her by whenever," she assured. Liz made her way towards the exit. Father Gabriel followed. "Nice to meet you," he said to Becca, his voice soft, his eyes kind. Leah's small voice piped up, her words filled with childlike innocence. "Bye, Father," she called out, her hand raised in a small wave. Father Gabriel's lips curved into a half-smile, his eyes softening as he met the child's gaze. "Bye," he replied, his voice gentle. They exited the apartment, the door closing behind them with a soft click. Liz and Father Gabriel approached her apartment with the groceries bearing down on their arms. Dan's gaze followed them, his eyes narrowing, his lips twisting into a knowing smirk. Liz reached for one of the bags in Father Gabriel's grasp, her fingers brushing against his skin. He jerked away, his grip tightening on the handles. "No, I got it," he insisted, his voice gruff, his eyes averted. "Okay, thanks," Liz murmured, her voice soft, her gaze darting to Dan. She raised her voice, a forced cheerfulness in her tone. "No need to get up, Dan. We got it." Dan's lips curved into a mocking smile, his eyes glinting with malice. "I know you do. You have this nice gentleman with you," he drawled, his words dripping with sarcasm. He paused, his gaze shifting to Father Gabriel. "Father," he acknowledged, his voice a mocking caress. Father Gabriel nodded, his eyes fixed straight ahead. Liz came to a halt at her door, her eyes widening as she caught sight of the eviction notice fluttering in the breeze. With trembling fingers, she ripped it from the door, her gaze scanning the words, a heaviness settling in her chest. Father Gabriel's expression softened, sympathy etched on his face. "I'm sorry, Liz," he murmured, his words a gentle balm to her wounded soul. Liz swallowed hard, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "It's okay. I'll get this taken care of," she replied, her voice barely above a whisper, her words laced with a sadness that cut through the air like a knife. She opened the door, her gaze lingering on the notice. A silent moment of despair before she stepped inside. "Just put those on the table, please," she called over her shoulder, her voice strained. Father Gabriel followed her inside. Liz shed her sweater, her movements slow, her fingers trembling as she untied her hair. Father Gabriel stood by the door, his gaze fixed on her, a silent observer to her vulnerability. "Listen, what I said earlier, how I acted," he began, his words stumbling over each other. Liz waved a hand, dismissing his apology. "It's all right. I'm not made of glass," she replied, her voice tinged with a hint of defiance. "What you did for that mom was really nice. I didn't think—" "Zrenia," Father Gabriel said. Liz's eyes flashed, a flicker of anger in their depths. "What? People like me can't be nice?" she challenged, her words sharp, her tone biting. Father Gabriel shook his head, his expression pained. "I don't know people like you," he admitted, his voice soft, his eyes filled with a silent apology. "It's all right," Liz murmured, her anger dissipating as quickly as it had appeared. Father Gabriel shifted his gaze, darting to the door. "I'll just put these bags down and be on my way," he said. His words rushed, his tone uncertain. He made his way to the dining table, his movements stiff, his shoulders tense as he set the groceries down. Liz's eyebrows shot up, surprise etched on her face. "Why, we haven't eaten yet," she pointed out, her voice tinged with concern. Father Gabriel shook his head, his eyes avoiding hers. "It's okay, I'm not hungry," he mumbled, his words unconvincing even to his own ears. Liz's expression softened, her eyes filled with a quiet determination. "We both haven't eaten. You need to rest. I'll handle lunch. Please just sit here. I'm going to take care of you," she insisted, her voice gentle, her hand guiding him towards the sofa. The shrill ring of her cell phone shattered the moment, and Liz snatched it up, her fingers trembling as she answered. "Hello," she said, her voice tight, her eyes darting to the kitchen. "Can't someone else do it tonight?" she asked, her words laced with desperation. Another pause, a flicker of despair crossing her face. "I have company," she murmured, her gaze drifting to Father Gabriel, then to the eviction notice, a single tear spilling down her cheek. Her shoulders slumped. "All right, I'll be ready," she said, the words like ashes in her mouth. She hung up the phone, her eyes distant, her mind a million miles away. "Work?" Father Gabriel asked, his voice soft, his eyes filled with concern. Liz shook her head, her lips pressing into a thin line. "I have to make another call," she replied, her words rushed, her tone clipped. She disappeared into the bedroom, the door closing behind her with a soft click. Lou materialized in the kitchen, his presence a constant shadow, a twisted reminder of Father Gabriel's inner demons. "Aren't you worried?" he asked, his voice dripping with mock concern. Father Gabriel shrugged, his eyes fixed on the window near the front door, his mind a tangled web of thoughts. Lou's laughter filled the air, a sinister sound that sent shivers. down Father Gabriel's spine. "You should be. You're on the verge of suicide, and you have to babysit," he taunted, his words like poison, seeping into Father Gabriel's mind. "Babysit?" Father Gabriel repeated, his voice hollow, his eyes widening in realization. "Yeah, that little girl next door is coming over soon," Lou confirmed, his lips twisting into a smirk. "You don't listen very well." Father Gabriel's gaze remained fixed on the window, his mind reeling with the implications of Lou's words. "You're right," he murmured, his voice barely above a whisper, his shoulders slumping. Lou's laughter echoed in the stillness. "I always am," he agreed. In the bathroom of Liz's apartment, she stood before the mirror, her fingers deftly applying lipstick, the crimson hue a stark contrast to her pale skin. She ran her hands through her hair, tousling the strands, her movements purposeful, her eyes focused. The black skirt hugged her curves, the fabric whispering against her skin as she moved. The black push-up bra accentuated her cleavage, a silent invitation, a weapon in her arsenal. She adjusted her breasts, her fingers lingering, a flicker of something unreadable in her eyes. Father Gabriel sat at the dining table, his gaze fixed on Liz as she emerged from the bathroom and disappeared into her bedroom. His eyes drifted to Lou, who stood in the kitchen, a knowing smirk playing on his lips. Lou shrugged, his eyebrows raised in a silent question. In the bedroom, Liz rummaged through her closet, her fingers skimming over the hangers until they settled on a black lace top. She slipped it on, the fabric clinging to her skin like a second skin. Her eyes fell on the end table, where Father Gabriel's wallet and watch lay, a silent temptation. She crossed the room, her steps purposeful, her heart pounding in her chest. With trembling fingers, she picked up the wallet, her breath catching in her throat as she flipped it open. She glanced at the door, her movements quick, her eyes darting back to the wallet. She pushed the door, ensuring it was completely closed, a barrier between her actions and the world beyond. She plucked a few 20s from the wallet, the bills crisp against her skin. She folded them, her movements precise. With a snap, she closed the wallet, returning it to its place on the end table. In the kitchen, Father Gabriel stood at the sink, his hands submerged in soapy water as he washed the dishes. The sound of running water filled the air, a gentle hum that seemed to soothe his troubled mind. Liz emerged from the bedroom, her eyes widening as she caught sight of him. "You don't have to do that," she said, her voice soft, her fingers fumbling with her earrings. Father Gabriel turned, his eyes meeting hers, a flicker of something unreadable passing between them. "It's okay. They're almost done," he replied, his voice steady, his gaze unwavering. Liz's eyes darting to the dishwasher. "It's just that I have a dishwasher," she pointed out, her words tinged with a hint of amusement. Father Gabriel followed her gaze, surprise etched on his face. "Oh, I didn't even see that. Well, it's therapeutic for me to do it this way," he explained, his lips twitching into a small smile. A polite knock on the door shattered the moment, the sound jarring in the stillness of the apartment. Father Gabriel froze, his hands stilling in the water, his eyes fixed on the door. Liz's expression shifted, worry creasing her brow as she glanced at Father Gabriel before making her way to the door. She opened it, and a whirlwind of energy burst into the apartment. Tina, Gina, and Mina, a trio of women in their mid-30s, stormed in, their voices rising in a cacophony of excitement. "Hey, we're here," Tina exclaimed, her voice cutting through the air like a knife. Gina followed close behind, her face contorted in discomfort. "Girl, hurry up. I gotta take off these shoes. My feet are killing me," she complained. Her words rushed, her tone laced with urgency. Mina entered last, her eyes fixed on Father Gabriel, a hint of awe in her gaze. "So he's like a real priest? Like Jesus and shit?" she asked, her voice tinged with disbelief. Liz pushed her inside, shutting the door behind them with a quick motion. "Yes, like Jesus and shit," she confirmed, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Father Gabriel approached the women, his steps hesitant, his eyes filled with a mix of curiosity and apprehension. Tina's gaze locked on him, her lips curving into a mischievous grin. "So do you have any of those wafers on you?" "I've been like sinning all day," she purred, her words dripping with innuendo. Gina shoved her aside, her eyes narrowing. "Girl, he doesn't care about your sinning. Move," she snapped, her attention shifting to Father Gabriel. "Father, let me ask you a question. My brother's getting out of jail soon. You think you can hook him up with a job?" Father Gabriel's lips pressing into a thin line. "That's not how that usually works," he explained, his voice gentle, his tone patient. Gina waved a hand, dismissing his words. "He doesn't need to be up on the altar, just like taking out the trash and shit," she insisted, her voice rising, her eyes flashing with determination. Father Gabriel hesitated, his gaze darting to Liz, who was scurrying towards her bedroom. I can ask," he offered, his words trailing off, his expression uncertain. Another knock on the door interrupted the conversation, and Liz hurried to answer it. She pulled it open, revealing Becca, wearing a nurse's uniform, standing beside a little girl named Leia. "Liz," Becca exclaimed, her voice filled with relief as she thrust a tote bag into Liz's hands. "I have to run. I'm going to be late for my shift." She hugged Liz, her embrace brief, but filled with gratitude. Liz returned the hug, her eyes softening as she looked at Leia. "Okay, she'll be fine. I'll see you later," she assured, her voice gentle, her smile warm. Becca knelt down, wrapping Leia in a tight embrace. "Bye, baby," she murmured, her words a whisper against the child's ear. With a final wave, Becca disappeared down the hall, leaving Leia standing in the doorway, her eyes wide. Liz ushered her inside, shutting the door behind them. "Everyone, this is Leia. She'll be spending the night," Liz announced, her voice calm, her hand resting on Leah's shoulder. Liz crouched down, her eyes level with Leah's. "Leah, I got called into work, so you will be hanging out with some of my friends. This is Tina, Gina, and Mina, and you know Father Gabriel back there," she explained, her voice soft, her smile reassuring. Leah nodded, her gaze drifting over the unfamiliar faces, a flicker of uncertainty in her eyes. Father Gabriel raised a hand, waving awkwardly, his lips twitching into a tentative smile. Another knock on the door shattered the moment, and Liz rose to her feet, her eyes meeting Father Gabriel's, a silent conversation passing between them. She adjusted her dress, smoothing the fabric with trembling hands before opening the door. Gregory Muttons, a large man in a suit, stood in the doorway, his presence commanding, his expression impassive. "Mr. Jacobs awaits your service," he announced, his voice deep, his tone businesslike. Liz nodded, her shoulders squared, her eyes hard. "Okay, just give me a second. I'll be out shortly," she replied, her words clipped, her tone leaving no room for argument. She shut the door, turning to face Father Gabriel, who had approached her, his eyes filled with concern. "Liz, thank you for everything, but I should be leaving," he said, his voice soft, his gaze searching her face. Liz's eyes widened, panic flashing across her features. "No," she exclaimed, her voice rising, her hands clenching into fists at her sides. She paused, her mind racing, her heart pounding in her chest. Father Gabriel, confused, as he watched her, waiting for an explanation. "I mean, no, you can't," Liz continued, her words rushed, her tone pleading. "I know you are not well, and I would just feel terrible knowing something happened to you without someone being there." Lou stood in the corner, his lips curving into a knowing smirk, his eyes glinting with amusement as he watched the exchange. Liz's gaze darted around the room, her mind searching for the right words. "Besides, there are plenty enough people here to watch over you and Leah," she added, her voice softening, her eyes meeting Father Gabriel's. She hesitated. "Just stay one more night, and tomorrow you'll never have to see me again," she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. "Please." Father Gabriel's shoulders slumped, his resistance crumbling under the weight of her plea. "Okay," he agreed, his voice soft. He paused, his gaze searching her face, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. "Be safe," he added, his words a gentle reminder, a silent prayer for her well-being. Liz grabbed her clutch purse, her fingers curling around the smooth leather. She waved to her friends, a forced smile on her lips, before turning to Leah. She squeezed the child's cheeks, a gesture of affection, a silent promise to return. With a final glance at Father Gabriel, Liz slipped out the door, the sound of her footsteps fading into the distance. Leah stood in the center of the room, her eyes wide, her gaze darting between the unfamiliar faces that surrounded her. She looked at Father Gabriel, her expression filled with a mix of curiosity and apprehension. Father Gabriel met her gaze, his lips curving into a reassuring smile. His focus was solely on the little girl who stood before him. Liz enters the limousine. She shuts the door and slides over to the middle. To the side of her is a well-built, clean-shaven, very well-dressed man, his hair slicked back and very shiny. His cologne fills the limo. Mario Jacobs holds 2 glasses of champagne. "Why don't you come sit over here?" he said. Liz hesitates, then slowly slides over. He hands her a glass half filled with champagne. He smiles ear to ear as he clicks her glass. "Cheers," he said, as he drinks while still looking at her. She drinks cautiously. In a cheesy motel, Mario lies under the white sheets. The bedspread is all over the place. His clothes are tossed around the room, his bare chest's exposed. He smokes a cigar. As Liz exits the bathroom, she waves her hands around to clear the smoke. Her hair is in a messy bun. She adjusts her dress. "I'm ready to get going. Do you think your driver can take me back to my place?" I wanted you for the night," he said, as he relights his cigar. "Yeah, but we already, and I really have to get back," she replies. Mario hushes out the cigar in an ashtray on the end table next to the bed. "I don't know," he said, as he looks at her sternly. "Arlo knows what I wanted, and he was fine with it." He continues. Liz now grabs her purse and holds her high heels in her hand. "Well, I'm going to go. Can I have my money?" Liz responds. Mario gets up and walks towards her. He wears tiny silk black underwear. He grabs her aggressively. "No." Liz now scared. "Okay, well, I'll just let Arlo know, and you can pay him directly." Mario gets in her face. "No." He grabs her cheeks and squeezes them together. "Do I look like I'm fucking done with you?" His face turns to a dark side, of which she didn't know he was capable. All Liz can do is cry. Suddenly there's a knock at the door. They both look. Liz feels relived. Mario turns his attention back to her and kisses her lips. He lets her face go and walks towards the door. Before he opens the door, he turns to her. "Now get on the fucking bed." Liz slowly walks over to the bed and sits. She squeezes her legs together and holds her things close to her. Chest. She stares tensely at the ground. Mario opens the door. 6 large men enter. All of them wear black attire. Liz's eyes widen. She's scared for her life. Mario shuts the door. She's a little older, but she's fun, he says to the group. A guy in the front looks at Mario and says, "Who gets to go first?" Mario walks towards the bed. "I figure we all go at the same time." Liz sobs. She knows there's nothing she can do, and no one is coming to save her. She must just close her eyes and pray it's over soon. In Liz's apartment, Leah lay curled on the sofa, her small form swallowed by the cushions. A party hat perched atop her head at a jaunty angle. The remnants of the evening's festivities littered the living room and kitchen. Pizza crusts piled on paper plates, a testament to the revelry that had taken place. At the dining room table, Father Gabriel sat with the girls, their faces illuminated by the soft glow of the overhead light. The air crackled with tension as they hunched over their cards, stacks of potato chips serving as makeshift currency, a pile of them heaped in the center of the table like a glittering treasure. Gina leaned forward, her eyes glinting with triumph as she laid her cards on the table with a flourish. "All right, so check it," she announced, her voice cutting through the stillness. 3 queens and 2 deuces. Beat that. Tina's lips twisted into a grimace, her fingers tapping against her cards before she tossed them face down on the table. "Fold," she muttered, her shoulders slumping in defeat. Father Gabriel followed suit, his own cards joining Tina's in a silent admission of defeat. "I fold too," he said, his voice tinged with a hint of amusement. Mina, seated close to Father Gabriel, her chair nearly touching his, glanced at him, a smile playing on her lips. Their eyes met, a flicker of something unspoken passing between them as she laid her cards on the table with a confident flourish. 3 kings and 2 aces, she declared, her voice ringing with triumph. Laughter bubbled from her throat as she rose to her feet, her hands sweeping the potato chips towards her in a victorious gesture. She tossed a few to Father Gabriel, who caught them deftly, a grin spreading across his face as they high-fived, their fingers brushing in a fleeting moment of camaraderie. Tina's eyes narrowed, suspicion etched on her features. "You two have been teaming up on us all night," she accused, her tone laced with playful indignation. Gina nodded, her lips pursed in a mock pout. "Yeah, I think you guys have been cheating," she added, her voice rising in a teasing lilt. Father Gabriel popped a potato chip into his mouth, the salt crackling against his tongue as he chewed, his eyes sparkling with mirth. Gina's eyes flashed with determination, her voice cutting through the laughter. "Okay, new game," she declared, her tone brooking no argument. Tina reached for the cards, her fingers, nimble as she shuffled them, the sound of the slick cardstock filling the air. Father Gabriel pushed back from the table, his chair scraping against the floor as he made his way towards the kitchen. In the kitchen, Father Gabriel reached for a disposable cup, his fingers curling around the flimsy plastic. He turned towards the drinks, his gaze falling on a bottle of bourbon, the amber liquid glinting in the soft light. He paused, his hand hovering in midair, a silent battle raging within him. Lou lounged against the counter, a magazine in his hands. He glanced up, a knowing smile playing on his lips as he nodded, a silent encouragement, a temptation. "We're about to start. You coming, Father? I need my partner." Mina called from the dining room, her voice cutting through the stillness, the sound of laughter drifting in from the other room. Father Gabriel blinked, the spell broken, his hand darting towards the water instead. He poured it into a paper cup, the liquid sloshing against the sides, a silent rebellion against the siren call of the bourbon. Lou's smile faded, disappointment etched on his features as he turned away, his attention returning to the magazine, the pages rustling as he flipped through them. "Yep, coming," Father Gabriel called back, his voice steady, his resolve strengthening with each step as he made his way back to the dining room. At the table, Tina's voice rose above the chatter, her tone laced with mischief. "Okay, same game. This time deuces are wild," she announced, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Gina's eyes widened, indignation flashing across her face. "Oh, hell no. I would have won last game," she protested, her voice rising in a petulant whine. Tina shrugged, a smirk playing on her lips. "Don't hate the player, hate the game," she retorted, her words dripping with sarcasm. Father Gabriel settled back into his seat, his presence a calming force amidst the chaos. Gina's gaze darted between him and Mina, suspicion clouding her features. "Are you in with them?" she demanded, her eyes boring into Tina's, a silent accusation hanging in the air. Tina held up her hands, her expression innocent. "I'm the dealer. The dealer is neutral," she insisted, her tone firm, her gaze unwavering. Mina's laughter filled the room, her eyes sparkling with amusement. "Don't be a hater, Gina," she teased, her words light, her smile infectious. Father Gabriel joined in, his own laughter mingling with Mina's. "Yeah, don't be a hater, Gina," he echoed, his voice filled with playful admonishment. The room erupted in laughter, the tension dissipating as quickly as it had appeared. Father Gabriel pushed back from the table once more, his eyes drifting towards the living room, where Leah lay sleeping, oblivious to the revelry around her. "Where you going?" Mina asked, her voice tinged with disappointment. Father Gabriel glanced back, a reassuring smile on his lips. "To check on Leah," he explained, his tone gentle, his eyes softening. "Just deal me in. I'll be back over." He made his way towards the living room, his steps measured, his mind filled with thoughts of the little girl who slumbered on the sofa. His focus was solely on the child who had unwittingly become his charge, a responsibility he couldn't ignore, no matter how much the bourbon called to him from the kitchen, a siren song that threatened to drag him under. Father Gabriel made his way to the living room, his footsteps muffled by the soft carpet. Leah lay on the sofa, her small form curled in on itself, her breathing deep and even. With gentle hands, Father Gabriel reached for the throw blanket, draped over the back of the sofa, carefully tucking it around Leah's sleeping form, a silent guardian in the stillness of the night. The sound of the door opening shattered the tranquility, and Father Gabriel's head snapped up, his eyes widening as Liz slipped into the apartment. She turned away, her face hidden as she pushed the door closed with trembling hands. "Hey, Liz, you're back early?" Mina called out, her voice filled with surprise. Liz hesitated, her shoulders tensing before she slowly pivoted to face them, her voice barely above a whisper. "Yeah, well..." A collective gasp filled the room with shock and disbelief. Father Gabriel rose to his feet, his heart clenching at the sight of Liz's face, a canvas of bruises and pain. He drops his paper cup full of water on the carpet. Tina rushed to Liz's side, her hands reaching out, desperate to offer comfort. "What happened?" she demanded, her voice tight, her eyes filled with a mixture of anger and concern. Mina and Gina followed close behind, their faces etched with worry as they moved to support Liz. But Liz remained still, her body rigid, her eyes distant. "I'm okay, just let me..." she murmured, her words trailing off. Father Gabriel stepped forward, his presence commanding, his voice gentle yet firm. "Girls, please let me." he said, his eyes fixed on Liz, a silent plea for permission. Liz met his gaze, her eyes filled with a desperate vulnerability. She nodded, a slight incline of her head, and Father Gabriel guided her to a chair in the dining room, his touch light, his movements careful. Liz sank into the chair, her body sagging. Father Gabriel turned to the others, his expression resolute. "Ladies, I got it from here," he said, his tone leaving no room for argument. Gina's eyes flashed, her hands clenching into fists at her sides. If you think we leaving, you're out of your mind," she declared, her voice rising, her stance defiant. Liz stared into the distance, her gaze unfocused, her mind a million miles away. Tina hurried to the kitchen, her movements purposeful, as she yanked open the freezer, grabbing a handful of ice. She wrapped it in a hand towel, her fingers trembling as she rushed back to Liz's side. With gentle hands, Tina pressed the cold compress to Liz's face, her voice soft, her words filled with concern. "Here, Liz, this is going to be cold," she warned. Liz flinched, a hiss of pain escaping her lips as the icy touch met her battered skin. Mina knelt before her, her hands resting on Liz's knees, her eyes searching Liz's face for answers. "Liz, what happened?" Mina asked, her voice barely above a whisper, her tone laced with a desperate need to understand. Liz's lips trembled, her voice hollow as she spoke. "There were too many of them," she whispered. Father Gabriel stood frozen, his mind reeling, his heart shattering at the implications of Liz's words. Gina emerged from Liz's bedroom, a throw blanket clutched in her hands. She draped it around Liz's shoulders. Tina's voice rose, her words laced with a righteous fury. "Fucking Arlo needs to pay for this," she spat, her eyes blazing with a fierce protectiveness. Liz shook her head, her voice resigned, her shoulders slumping in defeat. "This stuff happens. We can't control it," she murmured, her words a bitter acceptance of the harsh realities of her life. Gina's voice cut through the stillness, her words filled with a desperate plea. "Shit, sure we can. Liz, you need to get out of this and start focusing on you. This is not for you anymore," she insisted, her tone urgent, her eyes filled with a fierce determination. Mina turned to Father Gabriel, her voice soft. "This stuff happens all the time," she explained, her eyes sad. Father Gabriel's jaw clenched, his hands curling into fists at his sides. "It's not right," he declared, his voice tight, his eyes blazing with a fierce protectiveness. "You girls shouldn't be treated like this." He paused, his mind racing, his heart pounding in his chest. "Maybe I should talk to Arlo," he suggested, his words a desperate attempt to find a solution, to right the wrongs that had been done. Liz pushed herself to her feet, her movements slow, her body aching with each step. She stumbled towards Father Gabriel, her hands reaching out, her fingers curling around his arm. "No, you'll only get yourself killed," she pleaded, her voice rising, her eyes wide with fear. Father Gabriel met her gaze, his expression softening, his hands gently grasping her shoulders. Okay, let's get you some rest." The girls rose to their feet, their hands reaching out, ready to help, their faces etched with concern. Father Gabriel turned to them, his voice firm, his eyes filled with a quiet determination. "Come on, you need to lie down," he said, his words a gentle command, his touch light as he guided Liz towards the bedroom. Tina's voice cut through the stillness, her words filled with a desperate need for reassurance. "Liz, is this okay?" she asked, her eyes searching Liz's face for any sign of discomfort. Liz nodded, her voice barely above a whisper. "Yeah, I'll be okay," she murmured, her eyes filling with tears, her voice thick with emotion. "Thanks for coming over." Tina wrapped her arms around Liz from behind, her embrace fierce, her voice filled with a fierce protectiveness. "If you need anything, you call us, okay?" She insisted, her words a solemn vow, a promise to always be there. Gina, Tina, and Mina gathered their belongings, their movements hesitant, their eyes filled with a reluctance to leave. Father Gabriel watched them, his voice soft, his words filled with gratitude. "Bye, girls," he said, his lips curving into a small smile, his eyes filled with a quiet appreciation for their presence. Gina nodded, her voice tight, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Bye, Father," she murmured, her words a farewell, a silent prayer for Liz's well-being. Tina echoed the sentiment, her voice soft, her hand raised in a small wave. "Bye, Father," she said, her words filled with a quiet respect, a recognition of the bond they had formed. Mina's lips curved into a playful smile, her eyes sparkling with a hint of mischief. "Bye, partner. Same time next week," she said, her words a promise, a glimpse of a future filled with hope and laughter. Father Gabriel chuckled, his heart warmed by her words, his eyes filled with a quiet joy. "Sure, sounds good. I had fun," he replied, his words genuine, his smile wide. Mina's grin widened, her arms opening wide as she stepped towards him. "Me too," she said, her voice filled with a playful warmth as she wrapped her arms around him in a fierce hug. Father Gabriel stiffened, his eyes widening in surprise, his body unused to such displays of affection. "Oh," he murmured, his voice soft, his arms hesitantly returning the embrace. Gina's voice cut through the moment, her tone laced with impatience. "Come on, Mina," she called out, her words a gentle reminder of the world beyond the apartment walls. Mina pulled away, her smile never faltering, her eyes filled with a quiet understanding. "'Kay, bye," she said, her words a farewell, a promise of a future filled with friendship and laughter. Father Gabriel watched them go. He smiled, his heart filled with a warmth he hadn't felt in years. He savored the moment, the connection, the feeling of belonging that had eluded him for so long. As the door closed behind the girls, Father Gabriel turned his attention back to Liz, his eyes filled with concern. He watched her from behind. His mind raced. Father Gabriel guided Liz to the bedroom, his hand gently supporting her elbow, and his steps were measured. He settled her on the bed, the mattress dipping, the sheets cool against her skin. Kneeling before her, Father Gabriel's fingers grasped the straps of her high heels, carefully sliding them off her feet. He cradled her soles in his palms, his fingers tracing the rough calluses. His eyes met hers. "Come on, Liz, lie down," he murmured, his voice soft, his hands guiding her back onto the bed. With gentle movements, he adjusted her feet, his. Touch light, his fingers smoothing the wrinkles from the sheets as he pulled the covers over her battered form. Liz turned her face towards the door, her eyes distant, her mind a million miles away. Father Gabriel squatted down, his face level with hers, his eyes searching her features for any sign of comfort, any hint of solace. "I don't really know what to do in these moments," he admitted. He paused, his voice dropping to a whisper, his eyes filled with a quiet reverence. "The only thing I know how to do is pray," he murmured, his hand reaching out, his fingers resting gently on her forehead. His eyes fluttered closed, his lips moving in a silent prayer. Liz watched him, her gaze fixed on his face, her eyes tracing the lines of his features, the curve of his lips, the furrow of his brow. As the prayer drew to a close, Father Gabriel's eyes opened, his gaze settling on Liz's sleeping form. With a tender touch, he brushed a stray lock of hair from her face, his fingers hovering over her bruised eye, a silent promise to protect, to heal, to make things right. A sharp knock on the door shattered the stillness, and Father Gabriel rose to his feet and made his way to the entrance. He pulled the door open, revealing Becca standing on the threshold, her face etched with concern. "Hi," she said, her voice soft, her eyes darting past Father Gabriel, searching for any sign of Liz. "Hi, she's asleep. Come in," Father Gabriel replied, his hand gesturing for her to enter, his voice tinged with a hint of weariness. Becca stepped inside, her lips pressed into a thin line. "Oh, she's never asleep when I come to get her," she remarked. Her gaze drifted to the sleeping form on the sofa, her voice dropping to a whisper. "And Liz?" she asked. "Same. She had a long day," Father Gabriel replied. His eyes settled on Leah, his expression softening, his voice tinged with a quiet understanding. "They both did," he murmured. Becca nodded. "Okay, I'm going to grab her and take her home," she said, her tentative steps moving toward the sofa. Father Gabriel stepped forward, his hand outstretched, his voice filled with a quiet determination. "Please let me," he offered, his arms reaching out, his fingers curling around Leah's small form as he lifted her from the sofa. Becca watched in silence, her eyes wide, her lips parted in surprise as Father Gabriel cradled Leah against his chest, his steps sure, his presence a comforting warmth in the stillness of the night. They made their way to Becca's apartment, the journey short. Becca unlocked the door, her fingers trembling. In Leah's bedroom, Father Gabriel laid the child on the bed, his hands gentle, his movements slow, as he pulled the covers over her sleeping form. Becca stood behind him. As Father Gabriel turned to leave, Becca's voice cut through the stillness. "You know, if I didn't have Liz in my life, I wouldn't be able to do what I do," she confessed, her voice barely above a whisper. Father Gabriel paused, his back to her, his shoulders tensing. "You would manage," he replied, his voice steady, his words a feeble attempt at comfort. Becca shook her head, a bitter smile tugging at the corners of her lips. "Maybe, but not the same. Liz is my only friend and the closest I have to family. It's maybe not the family that God would approve of, but it makes us feel like we still belong somewhere, you know? It makes us feel whole." Father Gabriel turned to face her, his eyes filled with a quiet understanding, his voice soft. "Yeah, she's a great person, and so is this little one here," he murmured, his gaze drifting to Leah's sleeping form. He moved towards the door. Becca's voice stopped him. "My mom always used to tell me that angels are everywhere. Even in the darkness of hell, there are angels, Father," she said, her voice filled with a desperate hope. Father Gabriel paused, his hand on the doorknob, his back to her. He nodded, his voice soft, his words a quiet benediction. "Good night," he murmured, his steps carrying him out of the room, out of the apartment, into the darkness of the night. Father Gabriel walked towards Liz's apartment. Dan sat in his wheelchair next door, a beer clutched in his hand, his eyes following the priest's every move. "Father," Dan called out, his voice rough, his tone laced with a hint of mockery. "Dan," Father Gabriel acknowledged, his voice flat, his gaze fixed straight ahead. Dan's lips twisted into a smirk, his words dripping with sarcasm. "I don't think I've seen a priest be so popular with the ladies since like never," he remarked, his eyebrows raised in a silent challenge. Father Gabriel's jaw clenched, his hands curling into fists at his sides. "I'm just helping out," he replied, his words clipped, his tone leaving no room for argument. "I see that," Dan drawled, his gaze drifting to the six-pack case of beer at his feet. With a grunt, he lifted the case, his eyes meeting Father Gabriel's in a silent invitation. "Come have a beer with me," he urged, his voice filled with a forced camaraderie. Father Gabriel hesitated. He began, his words trailing off. "Father, I insist," Dan pressed, his tone leaving no room for refusal. Father Gabriel's shoulders slumped, his resistance crumbling under Dan's expectant gaze. "Okay, why not?" he agreed. He made his way over to Dan, his steps slow, his mind elsewhere. Dan handed him a beer, the glass cool against his skin, the condensation beading on the surface. Father Gabriel pulled up a chair, his movements stiff, his body unused to such casual interactions. They clinked bottles, the sound jarring in the stillness of the night. Father Gabriel raised the bottle to his lips, the bitter liquid burning a path down his throat, a momentary escape from the demons that haunted his mind. "Ah, that's good, ain't it?" Dan asked, his voice filled with a forced cheer, his eyes searching Father Gabriel's face for any sign of agreement. "Yeah, pretty good," Father Gabriel replied. Dan took another swig, his eyes closing in satisfaction, his lips smacking together in a gesture of contentment. Father Gabriel's gaze drifted to Dan's half-legs. "Nam?" he asked. Dan's eyes snapped open, a flash of something unreadable crossing his face. "I wish," he muttered, his voice tinged with bitterness. "Diabetes," Dan clarified, his voice flat, his gaze distant. "Nam would be a cooler story. I'd be getting all the ladies like you." Father Gabriel shook his head, a small smile playing on his lips. "It's not like that," he insisted, his words a feeble attempt at deflection. Dan leaned forward, his elbows resting on his knees, his eyes boring into Father Gabriel's. "What's it like, then?" he asked. Father Gabriel's gaze drifted to the ground, his mind searching for the right words. "I honestly don't know. Liz has been really generous," he admitted. He paused, his eyes meeting Dan's once more, a flicker of curiosity in their depths. "What's her story?" he asked. Dan's eyes widened, surprise etched on his face. "Liz?" he repeated. He leaned back in his wheelchair. "She's been living here as long as I have. Arlo set her up when she was about 20 years old. She grew up poor. Her dad was a drunk. Her mom died at a young age. She pushed to go to nursing school, but that wasn't paying the bills." Dan continued, his words tumbling. "What's the story with Arlo?" Father Gabriel asked, his voice tight. Dan's lips twisted into a bitter smile, his eyes filled with a cold fury. "He's her employer. You know, her pimp," he spat. Father Gabriel nodded, his expression grim. "Oh yeah," he murmured. Dan's gaze softened, his eyes searching Father Gabriel's face for any sign of judgment. "Liz has never really had a house guest," he remarked. He paused, his eyes boring into Father Gabriel's. "What's your story?" he asked, his voice filled with a desperate need for answers, for understanding. Father Gabriel's shoulders slumped, his gaze drifting to the ground. "I'm with a church in the city. I have been with them a very long time. I guess I've been going through a depression, and Liz found me when I hit rock bottom. Literally," he admitted. He reached up, his fingers brushing against the stitches that marred his forehead. Dan's laughter filled the air, a harsh sound that grated on Father Gabriel's nerves. "Shit, even priests' lives are fucked," he exclaimed, his words dripping with a twisted sense of amusement. Father Gabriel's lips twisted into a wry smile. "Yeah, life's not peachy for all of us," he agreed. Dan's gaze drifted to Father Gabriel's face, his eyes narrowing in concern. "You've been putting some ointment on it?" he asked. He gestured to his own face, his fingers tracing the lines of imaginary stitches. "That's probably going to leave a nasty scar," he remarked. Father Gabriel's hand drifted to his face, his fingers brushing against the rough edges of the stitches. "Yeah, well, every scar tells a story," he murmured. Dan's eyes widened, a flicker of something unreadable crossing his face. He pointed to his legs, a bitter smile playing on his lips. "Nam," he declared, his voice filled with a twisted sense of pride. Father Gabriel's laughter mingled with Dan's, the sound harsh. "Amen," he agreed. They raised their bottles in a silent toast, the glass clinking together. In the bedroom, Father Gabriel cracked the door open, his eyes searching the darkness for any sign of movement, any hint of distress. Liz lay still, her breathing deep and even, her body curled in on itself, a fragile shell. Lou materialized behind him. "What are we still doing here?" he demanded. "She needs our help," Father Gabriel replied. Lou's laughter filled the air, a sinister sound that sent shivers down Father Gabriel's spine. "What makes you so sure you can help her? You can barely help yourself. You're useless," he taunted, his words dripping with disdain. Father Gabriel turned away. He made his way towards the sofa. He sank onto the cushions, his mind a tangled web of conflicting emotions. Lou's voice drifted through the air. "Now you want to help someone? Now? Gabriel, what happened to not giving a fuck about these people? Just yesterday you were falling down from your concussion, and the day before you were trying to kill yourself. And now you're a savior," Lou demanded. Father Gabriel stared into the distance, his eyes unfocused, his mind a million miles away. "You're right," he admitted, his voice barely above a whisper. He paused, his mind searching for the right words, his heart aching with the need to make things right. I don't know what I'm supposed to be or what I'm supposed to do, but she needs help, and it's obvious. How can I or you let her continue to go through this life like this, being taken advantage of, being beaten up, being treated like shit?" he continued. Father Gabriel's gaze drifted to the ceiling. "Yeah, I know I didn't care about anyone a few days ago, but since then, everything changed," he murmured. Lou's laughter filled the air once more. "Well, everyone gets what they deserve. This is what she chose." He spat, his words dripping with disdain. Father Gabriel's eyes flashed with anger. "She deserves better. I deserve better," he declared. Lou's lips twisted into a sneer, his eyes filled with a twisted sense of amusement. "You're full of shit. I'm going to get a drink," he muttered as he stalked towards the kitchen. Father Gabriel's eyes widened, panic flashing across his face as he watched Lou reach for the vodka, his fingers curling around the bottle, his intentions clear. "No," he shouted, his voice rising, his words filled with a desperate need to stop the madness, to put an end to the cycle of self-destruction. Lou's eyes met his, a silent challenge hanging in the air between them. He held Father Gabriel's gaze for a long moment, his lips twisting into a sneer before he released his grip on the bottle, his hand falling to his side in a gesture of defeat. Father Gabriel slumped back against the sofa, his head falling back, his eyes drifting closed as he struggled to find a moment of peace, a brief respite from the chaos that swirled around him. In the kitchen of Liz's apartment, the sizzle of eggs and sausage filled the air, the aroma wafting through the space like a tantalizing promise of a hearty meal. Father Gabriel stood at the stove, his black short-sleeved clergy shirt a stark contrast to the domestic scene before him. Liz emerged from the bedroom, her oversized t-shirt hanging loosely on her frame, her hair gathered in a messy bun atop her head. She blinked in surprise, her eyes taking in the sight of Father Gabriel at the stove. "You're up early," she remarked, her voice rough with sleep. Father Gabriel turned, his eyes widening at the sight of her. "Liz," he said, his tone laced with surprise as he continued to tend to the food. "How y'all feeling?" he asked. Liz grimaced, her hand reaching up to touch her bruised face. "Like shit," she muttered, her gaze sweeping over the apartment, taking in the spotless surfaces and tidy rooms. "Did you clean?" she asked, her eyebrows raised in disbelief. Father Gabriel nodded, his focus still on the sizzling pan before him. "Yeah, last night," he replied, his words a simple statement of fact. Liz's lips twitched, a hint of gratitude flashing in her eyes. "You didn't have to," she said. "It's no trouble. Honest," Father Gabriel assured her, his tone gentle, his eyes meeting hers for a brief moment. Liz's shoulders relaxed, a small smile playing on her lips. "It looks nice." "Thank you," she murmured, her words filled with a quiet appreciation. Father Gabriel nodded towards the table, his hand reaching for a plate. "This is ready. Please sit. I also have some fresh orange juice," he said, his voice filled with a quiet pride, a hint of excitement in his tone. Liz's eyebrows shot up, surprise etched on her features. "Orange juice?" she repeated, her voice rising in question. Father Gabriel grinned, his eyes sparkling with a boyish charm. "Yeah, I picked some up this morning and squeezed them myself," he explained, his words filled with a quiet satisfaction, a sense of accomplishment. At the dining table, Liz settled into her seat, her eyes widening as Father Gabriel placed a heaping plate of eggs and sausage before her. He set another plate across from her, the aroma of the food filling the air between them. Liz stared at the mountain of food, her mouth falling open in shock, her words stuck in her throat. "Wow, this looks amazing," she managed, her voice filled with a mix of awe and disbelief. Father Gabriel disappeared into the kitchen, his voice drifting back to her. "I'll be right back with the juice," he called, his footsteps echoing on the tile floor. Liz's gaze fell on the table, taking in the small details, the folded paper towel, the gleaming silverware. She reached for the metal fork, her fingers curling around the cool handle, a sense of wonder filling her heart. She took a bite, her eyes fluttering closed as the flavors exploded on her tongue. She murmured, her voice thick with pleasure. "This is so good. I can't believe you did all this." The buzz of her phone interrupted the moment, Arlo's name flashing on the screen, but Liz didn't notice, her attention focused solely on the man who had brought a glimmer of light into her dark world. Father Gabriel returned, a glass of fresh orange juice in one hand, 2 aspirin in the other. He placed them before her, his eyes filled with a quiet concern. "Try this juice, and take those, please," he urged, his finger pointing to the small white pills. Liz nodded, her hand reaching for the aspirin. "Oh, thank you," she murmured, her words filled with a quiet gratitude as she popped the pills into her mouth, chasing them down with a sip of the sweet, tangy juice. Her eyes widened, a soft gasp escaping her lips. "Oh my God, this is so good. I don't think I ever had freshly squeezed orange juice," she exclaimed, her voice filled with a childlike wonder, a hint of joy that had been absent for far too long. Father Gabriel raised his glass, a small smile playing on his lips. "Cheers," he said, his voice soft, his eyes meeting hers in a silent toast. Their glasses clinked together, a fragile moment of connection. As they ate, Father Gabriel's gaze drifted to Liz's face, his eyes taking in the bruises that marred her skin. "Is this a usual part of your job?" he asked, his voice gentle. Liz shrugged, her eyes averted, her voice flat. "Some clients like it rough," she replied, her words a bitter acceptance of the harsh realities of her life. Her phone buzzed again, Arlo's name flashing on the screen once more. But Father Gabriel's attention remained focused on the woman before him, his eyes filled with a quiet determination. "Abuse is not a usual part of sex," he said, his voice firm, his words a simple statement of fact. Liz's eyes flashed, a hint of anger sparking in their depths. "And what would you know about sex?" she challenged, her voice rising, her words dripping with sarcasm. Father Gabriel met her gaze, his expression unwavering. "Enough to know that that's not it," he replied, his finger pointing to the bruises that marred her face. His words filled with a quiet conviction. They stared at each other, a silent battle of wills. "Listen," Father Gabriel began, his voice soft, his words filled with a quiet sincerity. "I've been with you for a couple of days now, and I would be dead if it wasn't for you." He paused, his eyes searching her face. "You could have a better life," he said, his voice barely above a whisper, his words filled with a desperate hope, a yearning for something more. Liz's laughter filled the air, a harsh sound that grated on Father Gabriel's nerves. "You think this is a profession I've chosen?" she asked, her words dripping with bitterness, with a deep-seated anger. She pushed back from the table, her chair scraping against the floor as she stalked towards the sofa, her movements jerky, her body rigid with tension. "People don't choose this life, it chooses them," she spat, her words filled with a bitter acceptance. "And when did all of a sudden you started to care? You couldn't wait to leave." Liz sank onto the sofa, her shoulders slumping, her eyes filled with a desperate hopelessness that cut through Father Gabriel's heart like a knife. He rose from the table, his steps measured as he made his way towards her, his movements slow, his mind racing with unspoken thoughts. "You wouldn't understand," Liz murmured, her voice thick with unshed tears. "I suggest you stay out of it." Father Gabriel settled beside her, his presence a comforting warmth in the stillness of the room. He reached out, his hand resting on her shoulder. "Liz, I'm not trying to upset you. I would like to help," he said, his voice soft, his words filled with a quiet sincerity, a desperate need to make things right. Liz's eyes met his, a flicker of vulnerability in their depths. "You really don't know me," she whispered. Father Gabriel's lips twitched, a sad smile playing on his face. "And you really don't know me," he replied. Liz's gaze softened, a flicker of hope sparking in her eyes. "You really care enough to help me?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "Yeah," Father Gabriel replied, his voice firm. Liz leaned in, her face inches from his, her breath warm against his skin. Her lips brushed against his, a fleeting moment of connection. Lou watched from the dining table, a smile playing on his lips, his eyes filled with a twisted sense of amusement. Father Gabriel froze, his body rigid, his mind reeling with the implications of what had just happened. He pulled away, his movements slow, his eyes searching Liz's face for any sign of regret, of disappointment. Liz's eyes fluttered open, confusion etched on her features. "Is something wrong?" she asked, her voice soft, her words filled with a quiet vulnerability. Father Gabriel shook his head. "I didn't stay for that," he replied. Embarrassment flooded Liz's face, her hand reaching up to touch her bruised cheek. "I think I should get some ice," she murmured. She rose from the sofa, her steps unsteady, as she made her way to the kitchen, her movements slow, her mind a million miles away. In the kitchen, Liz yanked open the freezer door, her fingers curling around a bag of frozen peas. She pressed it against her face, the cold seeping into her skin, a momentary relief from the pain that consumed her, both inside and out. She walked past Father Gabriel, her eyes averted, her voice soft. "I'm gonna take a nap," she murmured. "Okay," Father Gabriel replied, his voice gentle. "Thanks for breakfast," Liz added, her voice barely above a whisper, her words with unspoken gratitude. "Just leave it, and I'll eat it later." "Sure thing," Father Gabriel agreed, his voice steady, his eyes fixed on her retreating form as she disappeared into the bedroom, the door closing behind her with a soft click. He stared into the distance, his mind a tangled web of conflicting emotions. Lou appeared on the opposite side of the sofa, a newspaper in his hands, his presence a constant reminder of the demons that haunted Father Gabriel's mind. "You can't win them all, you know," Lou remarked, his voice dripping with sarcasm, his eyes filled with a twisted sense of amusement. Father Gabriel just stares at Lou. "I'm not trying to," he replied, his words a simple statement. Lou's laughter filled the air, a sinister sound that sent shivers down Father Gabriel's spine. "Then what are we still doing here?" he demanded, his voice rising, his words laced with a desperate need for answers, for understanding. He paused, his eyes boring into Father Gabriel's. "She can help herself. She's getting by all right. I think you like being here," he taunted, his words dripping with disdain, with a twisted sense of amusement at the priest's discomfort. Father Gabriel's shoulders slumped, his gaze drifting to the floor, his mind searching for the right words, the right answer to the question. "Maybe," he admitted, his voice barely above a whisper. He pushed himself to his feet and made his way towards the dining table. Lou's laughter echoed in his ears, a constant reminder of the darkness that lurked within, of the demons that refused to let him go. "You're wasting your time," Lou called after him, his words filled with a twisted sense of triumph, a silent acknowledgement of the futility of Father Gabriel's efforts. But Father Gabriel paid him no heed, his focus solely on the plate of food that lay before him. With each bite, he saw Liz's pain. In the bedroom of Liz's apartment, the afternoon sun filtered through the curtains, casting a soft glow across her face as she stirred from her slumber. Her eyes fluttered open, her mind groggy, her body exhausted. She pushed herself up, her movements slow, her limbs aching with the remnants of a restless sleep. Liz stumbled into the living room, her bare feet padding against the worn carpet. The sight of Father Gabriel, sprawled on the sofa, his chest rising and falling with each steady breath, greeted her. Her gaze drifted to the end table where his wallet lay, a silent temptation in the stillness of the room. In the kitchen, Liz reached for the top shelf, her fingers curling around the neck of a vodka bottle. The glass was cool against her skin. She cradled it against her chest, a silent companion in her misery as she made her way out of the apartment. Outside, the sun beat down on the pavement. Liz sank to the ground, her back pressed against the rough brick of the building, her knees drawn up to her chest. With trembling fingers, she unscrewed the cap, the sharp scent of alcohol assaulting her senses. She raised the bottle to her lips, the vodka burning a path down her throat. Tears streamed down her face, her mascara leaving dark streaks on her cheeks, a testament to the brokenness that lay within. "God damn it, Liz," she whispered, her voice raw, her words a desperate plea for salvation, for a way out of the darkness that threatened to swallow her whole. Inside the apartment, Father Gabriel jolted awake, his heart pounding, his mind reeling with the remnants of a half-remembered dream. He blinked, his eyes adjusting to the dim light of the living room, his gaze sweeping over the empty space, searching for any sign of Liz. He pushed himself to his feet and made his way to the bedroom. The door stood ajar, the room beyond silent, the bed empty, the sheets rumpled from Liz's restless sleep. "Liz?" Father Gabriel called out, his voice echoing in the stillness, his words tinged with a growing sense of unease. Silence greeted him. In the living room, Lou lounged on the sofa, his presence a constant shadow, a twisted reminder of the demons that haunted Father Gabriel's mind. Father Gabriel ignored him, his focus solely on the task at hand, his mind racing with the need to find Liz, to ensure her safety, to offer her the comfort and support she so desperately needed. He grabbed his blue bomber jacket, the fabric rough against his skin as he shrugged it on, the zipper cold against his fingers as he tugged it up, a silent armor against the world beyond the walls of the apartment. "You're wasting your time," Lou drawled, his voice dripping with disdain, his eyes filled with a twisted sense of amusement. Father Gabriel paused, his hand on the doorknob, his eyes hard with determination. "Time is all I have," he replied, his words a simple statement of fact. He stepped out of the apartment into the harsh light. Liz sits next to the door. She smokes. Her mascara runs down her cheeks. Father Gabriel sits next to her. He reaches in his pocket and pulls out a tissue packet. He hands them to her. Liz takes it and wipes her tears. "I'm sorry," she says. "For what?" he responds. Liz reaches in her shirt and pulls money from her bra strap and hands him the cash. "After what you did for me, I want you to have it," he said, as he pushes her hand back towards her. "I shouldn't be stealing, and especially from her. Here, take it." She gestures it back to him. He takes the money and puts it in his jacket side pocket. An all-white 1977 Cadillac Eldorado pulls up and stops in front of them. This catches Liz's attention immediately. "Oh shit, don't do anything." She slowly gets up. Father Gabriel stares at her and follows her lead. Just as the car is put in park, Arlo Willem gets out of the car in rage. He's in his early 50s, fair skin, thin, tall, with curly hair. He wears an open gray dress shirt, white t-shirt, black slacks, and shoes. He stares at Liz with anger. "Where the fuck have you been?" As Arlo gets closer, he looks at Father Gabriel. "Who the fuck is this guy?" Father Gabriel puts up his hands. "Hey man, be cool." "Be cool?" Arlo replies. He looks at Liz with his wide eyes and aggressive tone. "Get the fuck in the car right now. You're costing me money." Arlo grabs Liz by the hair. He grips it and pulls her. He drags her across the pavement. Liz fights back. Father Gabriel grabs Arlo. Liz looks back and sees Arlo turn his attention to Father Gabriel. "No, Father," she screams. Arlo looks back at Liz in surprise. "Is this your father?" Arlo stops everything and reaches in his pants and pulls out a gun and points it at Father Gabriel. "I heard about you, you piece of shit. You like to touch little girls, huh? You fuck," he says in disgust. Liz grabs Arlo's arm. "No, Arlo, he's a priest." Arlo looks at her confused. "So you're fucking priests now?" He pulls his arm back. "No, he just took care of me." She tears up. "He's taking care of you. I take care of you." He gets in her face. He grabs her hair and pulls down on it. "Get the fuck in the car, you bitch," he quietly says in her face. "Okay," Liz says. She then looks at Father Gabriel. "Okay." Arlo lets go of her hair. He stares at Father Gabriel the whole time. Liz, teary-eyed, mouths the words, "I'm sorry," to Father Gabriel. Father Gabriel looks at Liz. Liz gets in the car. Arlo puts the gun in his back pocket. Arlo punches Father Gabriel in the nose. Father Gabriel falls to the ground. Arlo gets in the car. Through the window he shouts, "And for you, next time I see you." He points his finger at Father Gabriel, pretending it's a gun, and shoots. Pow! Father Gabriel watches as they drive off. Liz cries. Blood from Father Gabriel's nose drips down his face. Father Gabriel sat on the bus. His blue bomber jacket's a stark contrast to the clerical attire beneath. A wad of toilet paper, stained crimson, protruded from his nostril, a testament to the violence that had marred his face. The bus rumbled beneath him, the vibrations constant. In the confines of his quarters at the clergy house, Father Gabriel shed his jacket and collar. He tossed them onto the table, a careless gesture, before collapsing onto the sofa, his body sinking into the cushions, his mind a tangled web of conflicting emotions. With a grimace, he tugged the tissue from his nose, his fingers probing the tender flesh, searching for any sign of fresh blood. Lou lounged at the dining table, his presence a constant shadow. "I told you, you can't help people like that," he drawled, his voice dripping with disdain, his eyes filled with a cold indifference. Father Gabriel's jaw clenched, his hands curling into fists at his sides. "Not now, Lou," he muttered. Lou leaned forward, his elbows resting on the table, his gaze boring into Father Gabriel's. "I'm here for you, not them, and not him," he insisted, his words a siren's call. He paused, his lips twisting into a cruel smile. "It's time to end it." Father Gabriel sat up, his eyes meeting Lou's, a flicker of defiance sparking in their depths. "It wasn't until you came into my life that I wanted to take mine." "Why do you think that is?" he asked, his voice low, his words with realization. He pushed himself to his feet, his steps measured, his gaze never wavering from Lou's. "I've blamed the church. I blamed these people. I blamed God," he continued, his words tumbling out in a rush, his heart pounding in his chest. Father Gabriel turned, his back to Lou, his shoulders squared, his voice filled with a quiet determination. "I should have been blaming you," he declared, his words a simple statement of fact. In the kitchen, Father Gabriel stood before the refrigerator, his hand reaching for the carton of milk. The glass cools against his skin as he poured the liquid, the sound of it splashing against the sides a momentary distraction. Lou materialized in the full-body mirror that hung on the wall beside the refrigerator, his presence a constant reminder of the darkness that lurked within, of the demons that refused to let Father Gabriel go. "Christ Almighty, will you just have a drink already?" Lou demanded, his voice filled with a desperate need, a twisted sense of longing that cut through the stillness of the room. He paused, his eyes searching Father Gabriel's face, a flicker of something unreadable in their depths. "Blaming me, I've saved you, more than your God has saved you," he spat. Lou's voice softened, his tone almost wistful, a cruel mockery of concern. "I've kept you company in your darkest moments. You wanted to die even before me. You gave up," he murmured, his eyes hardened, a flash of anger sparking in their depths. "You can blame me all you want, but I didn't see you do shit to Arlo. He put your little savior saint in his car and drove her away, and you just sat there," he accused, his words cutting through the air like a knife, his tone filled with a twisted sense of triumph. Lou's laughter filled the room, a sinister sound that sent shivers down Father Gabriel's spine. "You know why? Because you know that it's all fucked anyway. God doesn't care," he taunted. He leaned in, his breath hot against Father Gabriel's ear, his voice a seductive whisper. Now come on, let's have a drink. I'm dying here," he urged, his words a siren's call. Father Gabriel's hand closed around the bottle of whiskey that sat on the counter. The glass cool against his skin, the amber liquid sloshing within. He raised his eyes to the mirror, his gaze locking with Lou's, a silent battle of wills, a struggle for dominance that played out in the stillness of the room. "You will no longer control me. You will no longer tempt me into darkness. I do not need your evil. Satan, I rid you from my life," Father Gabriel declared, his voice rising, his words filled with a fierce resolve, a desperate need to break free from the chains that had bound him for so long. With a roar of fury, Father Gabriel hurled the glass of whiskey at the mirror, the sound of shattering glass filling the air, the shards raining down upon the floor in a glittering cascade. Smoke rose from the broken pieces. The darkness had been vanquished, to the demons that had been cast out. Father Gabriel closed his eyes, his shoulders slumping, his breath coming in ragged gasps. A sense of peace settling over him, a quiet understanding that he had emerged victorious, that he had taken the first step towards reclaiming his life, his soul, his very being. In the bedroom, Father Gabriel stood before the wooden cross that hung above his bed, his hands clasped before him, his head bowed in reverence. He knelt, his knees sinking into the soft carpet, his voice a whispered prayer, a desperate plea for forgiveness, for guidance, for the strength to face the challenges that lay ahead. "Father, please forgive me, for I am about to sin," he murmured, with the knowledge that he was about to embark on a path from which there was no return. On the bus, Father Gabriel stood tall, his hand gripping the pole, his eyes fixed on the horizon, his mind filled with a quiet determination, a fierce resolve to set things right, to save the lost soul who had touched his heart, who had awakened a spark of humanity within him that he had thought long extinguished. The city lights flashed by a blur of color and motion. Arlo drives angrily and aggressive. Liz sits in the back seat. Her mascara runs down her cheeks. She sits close to the door. "How many fucking times do I have to tell you when I call you, you fucking answer?" He looks back as he drives. And who the fuck was that guy? Liz sits in silence. He continues to drive. The silence kills him. "Liz, what the fuck?" He nearly spits all over the windshield. "He's no one," she quietly says. Arlo pushes in the cigarette lighter. "He must have been someone. You're not taking my calls, and you're with some client that I don't know about." He looks at her in the rearview mirror. The cigarette lighter pops out. Arlo grabs it, reaches in the back seat, and presses it into Liz's inner thigh. "Don't fuck with me," he says, as he turns the lighter, making sure it leaves a mark. Liz screams in agony. "You running your own game?" He releases the cigarette lighter from her leg. "He's no one, I swear. He's a priest," she says, as she immediately grabs her leg, trying to block out the pain. "What the fuck are you doing with a priest?" Arlo looks at the cigarette lighter, seeing it's still red, realizing how hot it actually was. He forces it back to where he pulled it out from. Liz begins to lie down in the back seat. "I found him unconscious," she says, as she lies in a fetal position. "Unconscious? He looked pretty fucking conscious to me." Arlo swerves. Liz continues to cry. She buries her face deep within the seat cushion. "I'm being evicted," she says softly. Arlo looks in the rearview mirror. "Well, if you answer your phone, you'd have more clients. You're lucky this guy is specifically asking for you," Arlo says in a much calmer tone. Liz angrily bites her bottom lip. "Now wipe your fucking tears." Arlo turns the car and drives fast through traffic. Father Gabriel approached Becca's apartment, his heart pounding in his chest. He knocked on the door. The door creaked open, revealing Leah's small form, her eyes wide, her face etched with innocence. Becca's voice rang out from within, a sharp cry of alarm as she raced to the door, her hand grasping Leah's arm, pulling her away from the threshold. "Leah!" Becca exclaimed, her tone laced with a mix of fear and frustration. She yanked the door open fully, her eyes narrowing as she took in the sight of Father Gabriel. "What are you doing here?" Becca demanded, her words clipped, her gaze filled with suspicion. Father Gabriel met her gaze, his eyes filled with a quiet desperation. "I need to find Liz," he said, his voice steady. Becca shook her head, her lips pressing into a thin line. "I can't help you," she replied, her tone firm, her hand already pushing the door closed. Father Gabriel's hand shot out, his palm pressing against the wood, halting its movement. "Becca, please," he implored, his voice soft, his eyes searching her face for any sign of compassion. His gaze drifted to Leah, who stood beside Becca, her eyes wide, her face a mask of curiosity and confusion. Father Gabriel's expression softened, a flicker of warmth sparking in his eyes as he looked upon the child, a reminder of the innocence that still existed in the world. Becca sighed, her shoulders slumping. "If she's not with Arlo, she'll probably be working on 6th and Canto." She relented. Father Gabriel nodded, his gratitude shining in his eyes as he looked once more at Leah. "I had fun yesterday," Leah said, her voice soft. Father Gabriel's lips twitched, a small smile playing on his face. "Me too," he replied, his words a gentle reminder of the bond they had forged. Becca's voice cut through the moment. "If you come across a girl named Magdalena, stick with her. She'll probably know best where to find Liz," she advised. "Thank you," Father Gabriel murmured. He turned to Leah, his eyes softening, his voice filled with a gentle warmth. "Thank you, Leah. Be a good girl." "Bye, Father," Leah replied, her hand raised in a small wave. Father Gabriel met Becca's gaze once more. With a final nod, he turned, his steps carrying him down the sidewalk, his mind steady. In the shadows, Dan sat, his fingers plucking at the strings of his guitar, the notes drifting through the night air. Father Gabriel's steps faltered as he approached, his eyes meeting Dan's. "You won't be able to save her. This is the only life she knows," Dan said. Father Gabriel paused, his gaze unwavering. "It's not her I'm trying to save," he replied. Dan watched him go, his fingers never ceasing their movements, the music a constant companion in the stillness of the night. Arlo pulls over and parks in front of a brick house. Liz looks at the house. "What are we doing here?" she says, confused. Arlo lights a cigarette. "Do I need your permission to come here to my good friend James's house?" he says, as he inhales and exhales. "I'm not going inside. I'll wait in the car," she says, as she looks away from the house. "Oh, no, you won't," he says, as he turns around aggressively looking at her. Liz flinches and pulls her head back. "I want nothing to do with him, not since last time. He's a total pig," she says, frightened. Arlo grabs his gun and rests it on the shoulder of the passenger seat. "Liz, I'm really getting tired of you. Now get the fuck out the car." His face calm, but more irritated than before. Liz opens the door. "Fuck you, Arlo," she says, as she gets out and slams the door. Arlo puts the gun in the passenger seat. Father Gabriel strode through the night, his footsteps echoing against the pavement as he crossed the street where Candy and Allie stood, their faces illuminated by the harsh glow of the streetlights. Their eyes widened as they took in the sight of the priest, his clerical attire a stark contrast to the gritty surroundings. "Excuse me," Father Gabriel said, his voice cutting through the stillness of the night. Candy's laughter filled the air, a harsh sound that grated on Father Gabriel's nerves. "Oh, look, girl, we've been saved," she exclaimed, her hands raised in mock worship as she knelt before him, her movements exaggerated, her eyes glinting with mischief. Allie stepped forward, her voice dropping to a seductive purr. No, hold up," she cooed, her words dripping with false innocence. "Father, I've been a bad girl. I think I need a spanking." She turned, presenting her backside to Father Gabriel, her skirt riding up as Candy's fingers grasped the hem, a wicked smile playing on her lips. Father Gabriel's jaw clenched, his hands curling into fists at his sides. "That's enough, girls. I'm looking for someone," he said, his voice firm, his tone leaving no room for argument. Candy sauntered towards him, her movements fluid, her body pressing against his as she leaned in, her breath hot against his ear. "It doesn't matter who you're looking for. You're here now, and you found yourself some candy," she purred, her teeth grazing his earlobe, sending a shiver down his spine. Allie joined in, her hands roaming over her own body, her movements suggestive, her eyes filled with a twisted desire. "What do you say, Father? You want some of this sweet? Ladies, this one's for me." A voice cut through the night, the words filled with a quiet authority. Candy and Allie turned, their eyes widening as Magdalena emerged from the shadows, her pink jacket a beacon in the darkness, her short skirt and towering heels a testament to her profession. She approached the group, her steps measured, her gaze fixed on Father Gabriel. Candy's lips twisted into a sneer, her eyes narrowing as she took in the sight of Magdalena. "Sorry, Magdalena, I didn't know he wanted a girl like you," she spat, her words dripping with disdain. Magdalena's laughter filled the air, a sound that sent shivers down Father Gabriel's spine. "Most of these men want a girl like me," she retorted, her voice filled with a quiet confidence. She paused, her gaze drifting over Father Gabriel, a flicker of understanding in her eyes. "But I think he's actually looking for someone. If anyone comes around looking for two skanks, I'll send them your way," she added, her words sharp, her tone leaving no room for argument. Allie and Candy exchanged a glance, their laughter filling the air as they turned to leave. "Come on, girl, let's leave these lovebirds alone," Candy called over her shoulder, her voice filled with a mocking sweetness. Magdalena watched them go, her eyes never leaving Father Gabriel's face. She took a drag from her cigarette, the smoke curling around her face. Father Gabriel's gaze drifted to her throat, his eyes widening as he caught sight of her Adam's apple. "Sorry, you look like you're new to this and those two aren't good to start with," Magdalena said, her voice soft. Father Gabriel shook his head, his eyes meeting hers. "No, you were right the first time," he replied. "I'm looking for someone." Magdalena's eyebrows shot up, surprise etched on her features. "Oh, okay. So you want a particular girl. What's her name? Or you want to try someone new?" she asked, her fingers trailing over his jacket collar. "Liz," Father Gabriel said, his voice steady, his gaze unwavering. "Liz? Zrenia Magdalena Povtorila." Father Gabriel nodded, his eyes filling with a quiet desperation. "Yeah, she's a little older than you. She lives up the road in Eden Apartments," he explained, his words rushing out in a jumble. Recognition dawned on Magdalena's face, a flicker of understanding in her eyes. "Oh, Lizzie, that's my girl," she said, her voice filled with a quiet affection. Father Gabriel's jaw clenched, his hands curling into fists at his sides. "She's in trouble," he said. Magdalena's laughter filled the air. "We all are, Father," she retorted. They turned, their steps carrying them down the alleyway, the darkness closing in around them. Father Gabriel glanced at Magdalena, his mind searching for the right words, the right way to bridge the gap that lay between them. "I'm Gabriel," he said, his voice soft, his words filled with a quiet sincerity. "Magdalena's." Lips twisted into a wry smile, her eyes sparkling with amusement. "Don't you mean Father Gabriel?" she asked, her tone laced with a hint of mockery. Father Gabriel's shoulders slumped, his gaze dropping to the ground. "Most days," he admitted. Magdalena's laughter filled the air once more, a sound that sent shivers down Father Gabriel's spine. "Fuck, you're going to get me killed," she said. She tossed her cigarette to the ground, the embers glowing in the darkness. Father Gabriel's eyes narrowing in disapproval. "You shouldn't litter," he admonished. "You shouldn't talk to strangers," she retorted, in laughter. Father Gabriel's lips twitched, a small smile playing on his face. "And what's your name, Ms. Stranger?" he asked. "Magdalena," she replied. Father Gabriel chuckled, his eyes sparkling with amusement. "Magdalena?" he repeated, his tone laced with a hint of disbelief. "Yeah, what's so funny?" Magdalena demanded, her words sharp. Father Gabriel shook his head, his smile widening. "Nothing, it's ironic," he said. Magdalena's lips twisted into a wry smile, her eyes filled with a quiet confusion. "I don't know what that means," she admitted. Father Gabriel's laughter filled the air, a sound that sent warmth spreading through Magdalena's chest. "It's a Bible thing," he explained. Magdalena shrugged, her eyes averted, her voice filled with a quiet defiance. "I'm not religious," she said. She sneezed, the sound loud. "God bless you," Father Gabriel said. Magdalena's lips twitched, a small smile playing on her face. "Thank you," she murmured. "I hope I'm not getting sick. I can't afford to miss work." Her laughter filled the air once more. Later in James's house, Liz stands in front of the bathroom mirror and puts cover up on her giant black and blue bruise on her left eye. She stops and stares at James, who's in the back next to the bed with his shirt off. He adjusts his underpants. Arlo sits on the sofa. He snorts a line of cocaine on his gold-plated cocktail table. He sits back to take it in. Liz enters, adjusting her shirt. "Don't you ever use me to pay for your drugs again," she says to Arlo. She walks out the door in anger, pushing the screen door wide open so it can fling back hard. James enters in his boxers and robe. "Well, I guess that's my cue," Arlo says to James. James just looks at him and smiles. Father Gabriel and Magdalena stepped into the dimly lit bar, the air thick with the scent of stale beer and cigarette smoke. Inside an old bar, Father Gabriel and Magdalena crossed the threshold. The din of conversation died, replaced by a suffocating silence. Heads turned, eyes narrowed, as the patrons took in the unlikely pair, a priest in his clerical attire, and a trans woman in her revealing outfit. Overweight Caucasian men perched on stools at the bar, their faces etched with suspicion, their glasses frozen halfway to their lips. Across the room, a group of men huddled around. The pool table, their cues hanging limply at their sides, their gazes fixed on the newcomers. Father Gabriel and Magdalena exchanged a glance, a silent conversation passing between them in the charged atmosphere. Magdalena cleared her throat, the sound harsh in the stillness. "Okay," she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. She paused, her eyes scanning the room, taking in the hostile stares, the clenched jaws, the white-knuckled grips on beer bottles. "Let's see what we get." With purposeful strides, they approached the bar, their footsteps echoing against the scuffed wooden floor. Magdalena leaned forward, her elbows resting on the sticky surface, her eyes fixed on the bartender. "Excuse me," she called out. The bartender, a burly man in his early 50s with a goatee and a cut-off flannel shirt, continued his conversation with a group of customers, his back turned to Magdalena, his laughter grating in the tense silence. Father Gabriel raised his hand, his voice cutting through the air like a knife. "Excuse me, sir," he said, his tone insistent. The bartender turned, his gaze hard. He stalked towards them, his movements slow and deliberate. "What can I get you?" he asked, his voice gruff. Father Gabriel met his gaze, his own eyes filled with a quiet resolve. "We're actually looking for someone," he replied, his words measured, his tone even. Magdalena reached into her purse, her fingers fumbling for her phone. She pulled it out, the screen glowing in the dimness, a picture of Liz staring back at them. She held the phone out to the bartender, her hand trembling slightly. "And can I get a vodka and cranberry?" she asked. The bartender's lips twisted into a sneer, his eyes filled with disdain. "I don't serve your kind here," he spat. "What do you mean?" Magdalena asked, her voice rising. She paused, her mind racing, her heart pounding in her chest. "We come in here all the time." The bartender's laughter filled the air, a harsh sound that grated on their nerves. "Not on biker night," he replied. Magdalena's hand shot out, her fingers curling around the bartender's wrist, a silent plea for mercy. The bartender looks down at her hand, then punches Magdalena in the face with his other. Magdalena falls to the ground. "Don't fucking touch me, you faggot!" The bartender screams at Magdalena. Father Gabriel steps forward. "Come on, man, was that necessary?" He lowers himself to comfort Magdalena. "Are you okay?" he asks her. Blood runs from Magdalena's nose. She touches it and sees the blood. She's more concerned that it ruined her makeup. "Oh, great fuck," she says to herself. "Come on, let's get out of here," Father Gabriel says to her. He slowly picks her up from the floor. "No, we have to find Liz. Besides, these men don't scare me. My dad used to do shit like that all the time. It doesn't bother me," she says as she adjusts her clothes. "Well, it bothers me," he responds. "Father." Gabriel turns his attention to the bartender that hit Magdalena. "Hey!" Father Gabriel shouts at him. The bartender stops talking to one of the patrons and stares at him. Father Gabriel steps forward. Magdalena grabs him arm. "Don't," she says, making sure not to cause any more trouble. "Let's get out of here," she continues. As they walk towards the exit, a random man grabs Magdalena's arm and whispers in her ear. She ignores him, grabs Father Gabriel, and leaves that god-forsaken establishment. Outside the bar, the night air had a stench of stale cigarettes and spilled beer. Magdalena rummaged through her purse, her fingers trembling as she searched for a tissue. She pressed it against her bleeding nose, tilting her head back, a hiss of pain escaping her lips. "What did he say?" he asked, his voice low. Magdalena's lips twisted into a bitter smile, her words dripping with sarcasm. "How much he likes my tits!" she spat. She strode down the street. Father Gabriel followed. In the convenience store, the fluorescent glow of the signs casting an eerie pallor over the shelves of snacks and sundries. Magdalena pushed through the door, her voice ringing out in the stillness. "Heal-loo," she called, her words slurred, her tone laced with a desperate need. She paused, her gaze sweeping over the aisles. "What aisle is the tissue?" Clark, the store clerk, stood with his back turned, his hands busy restocking cigarettes. "Aisle 2, he replied, his voice flat, his attention focused solely on the task at hand. Father Gabriel entered, his presence a silent shadow. Magdalena approached the counter, a Red Bull and a pack of Kleenex clutched in her hands. She placed them before Clark, her movements jerky. Clark continued to ignore her, his gaze fixed on the cigarettes. Father Gabriel stood beside Magdalena, his presence a silent support. "Hello," Magdalena said, her voice rising. She paused, her eyes narrowing, her lips pressing into a thin line. "Excuse me." Father Gabriel cleared his throat, the sound loud in the stillness of the store. "Ahem," he said, his voice a gentle reminder, a silent nudge for Clark to pay attention. Magdalena's patience snapped, her words tumbling out in a rush, her voice filled with a bitter frustration. "My nose is fucking bleeding like crazy," she muttered, her hand reaching for the Kleenex, her fingers tearing at the packaging. "I'm just gonna open these." Clark turned, his eyes widening in surprise as he caught sight of Father Gabriel. "Father," he said, his voice filled with a mix of respect and confusion. "Clark," Father Gabriel replied. Clark's attention shifted to Magdalena, his brow furrowing, his lips twisting into a sneer. "How can I help you?" he asked. Father Gabriel stepped forward, his hand gesturing towards Magdalena, his voice filled with a quiet authority. "I believe this young lady was trying to get your attention." Clark's gaze shifted to Magdalena, his expression softening, his tone becoming more professional. "Yes, how can I help you?" he asked. Magdalena turned to Father Gabriel, her eyes filled with gratitude, her voice soft, almost reverent. "Thank you, Father," she murmured. She paused, her attention shifting back to Clark. "I'll take these, please." Clark rang up the items. 5.29, he said. Magdalena's eyes widened, her hand reaching for her purse, her fingers searching for money that wasn't there. She turned to Father Gabriel. "Father, can I borrow $5.29? she asked. Father Gabriel nodded, his hand already reaching for his pocket, his fingers closing around his credit card. "Sure," he replied. He slid the card into the Ingenico ICT 250 machine. "Do you know the woman I came in with the other day?" he asked, his voice low, his eyes searching Clark's face for any sign of recognition, of understanding. "Father, there's a lot of women that come in here." Clark stammered, his words stumbling over each other, his mind racing to find the right response, the politically correct answer that wouldn't offend the priest before him. Father Gabriel's gaze never wavered. "Yes, but how many women do you see me come in with?" he asked, his words a simple statement of fact. Clark's eyes darted to Magdalena, a flicker of something unreadable in their depths. "Just that one," he replied. Father Gabriel followed his gaze, his own eyes settling on Magdalena. "Well, 2 now," Father Gabriel said. Clark's lips twisted into a knowing smirk, his eyes glinting with a twisted sense of amusement. "I seen her with Sammy the other day," he said, his attention shifting to Magdalena. "I'm sure you know Sammy." "Why would she know Sammy?" Father Gabriel asked. Clark's laughter filled the air, a harsh sound that grated on their nerves. "They all know Sammy," he spat. Father Gabriel turned to Magdalena, his eyes searching her face. Magdalena's shoulders slumped. "We do," she admitted. Father Gabriel nodded, his expression grim. "Oh well, good to know," he said. Magdalena reached for the Red Bull, her fingers trembling as she popped the tab, the hiss of the carbonation filling the air. She raised the can to her lips, the liquid burning a path down her throat. She turned on her heel and made her way towards the exit. On the bus, the air was thick with the stench of sweat, the seats filled with the dregs of society. Father Gabriel and Magdalena stood, their bodies swaying with the motion of the bus, their eyes fixed on the 2 middle-aged women who sat across from them, their gazes filled with disgust, with a silent judgment. Magdalena shifted, her legs aching, her feet throbbing with the pain of 1,000 steps. "My legs are fucking killing me," she muttered. Her eyes scanned the seats, settling on 2 empty spots nearby. She made her way towards them, her movements slow with exhaustion. She sank into the aisle seat, her eyes meeting Father Gabriel's, a silent invitation. "You don't want to sit?" she asked. Father Gabriel shook his head, his eyes fixed on the women across from them. "I prefer to stand," he replied. Magdalena's lips twisted into a wry smile. "Your loss," she said. Father Gabriel nodded, his gaze drifting to the women once more. He smiled, his lips curving into a polite grimace. "You know what, I will sit," he said, his words a sudden decision. Magdalena shifted, her legs moving to the side. Father Gabriel squeezed through, his body brushing against hers. He settled into the seat beside her, his gaze fixed on the window. He glanced over his shoulder, his eyes meeting the women once more. He nodded, his lips curving into a polite smile. Father Gabriel and Magdalena approached the ramshackle house, its weathered boards and peeling paint. The stairs creaked beneath their feet as they climbed. Magdalena raised her fist, her knuckles knocking against the door, the sound sharp and insistent. A moment later, the door swung open, revealing Sammy, his chest bare, his eyes narrowed in suspicion. "What the fuck?" he exclaimed, his voice rough, his tone laced with a mix of surprise and annoyance. Magdalena's face lit up, a smile spreading across her features as she threw her arms around him, her body pressing against his in a fierce embrace. "Hey, boo!" she cried, her voice filled with a desperate joy. Sammy stepped out onto the porch, his eyes searching Magdalena's face, his brow furrowing as he caught sight of the blood that trickled from her nose. "Hey, girl, what's wrong with your nose? It's bleeding," he said, his words filled with a gruff concern. Magdalena's eyes widened, her hand flying to her face, her fingers coming away stained with blood. "Oh shit, really?" she exclaimed, her voice tinged with surprise and embarrassment. She rummaged through her purse, her fingers closing around a crumpled pack of Kleenex. With a wince, she dabbed at her nose, the tissue coming away stained with blood. "Some asshole punched me," she muttered. Sammy's eyes flashing with a quiet fury. "You okay?" he asked. Magdalena shrugged. "Yeah, it's not the first time. I'll be all right," she said. Sammy's gaze shifted to Father Gabriel, his eyes narrowing, his lips twisting into a sneer. "Who's this nigga?" he demanded. Magdalena's hand shot out, her fingers curling around Sammy's arm. "He's cool," she said. She paused, her gaze drifting to the ground. "We're trying to find Liz. She's in trouble." "Fuck," he exclaimed. "Yeah, so we wanted to see if she's with Daryl," she said. "Do you know where he lives?" Sammy shook his head, his eyes distant. "Nah, she ain't with that nigga no more. I saw her the night they broke up," he said. His gaze drifted over Magdalena's form, his eyes lingering on the curves of her body, the swell of her breasts beneath the thin fabric of her dress. With a smirk, he reached out, his fingers curling around her waist, pulling her close. "Damn, girl, you looking good tonight," he murmured, his voice low, his breath hot against her skin. Magdalena stiffened, her eyes flashing with annoyance, with a hint of fear. "Stop it," she said, her voice sharp, her hands pushing against his chest. "Liz needs help." Sammy's eyes narrowed. "She probably with Arlo," he said. Magdalena shook her head. "I ain't his girl, plus I don't know where he stays at," she said. "And since you two are top level, I figured you'd know." Sammy's lips curved into a smirk, his eyes glinting with a predatory hunger. "If I help you, what's in it for me?" he asked. Magdalena's hand drifted to his chest, her fingers tracing the lines of his muscles. "Anything you want," she murmured. Their lips met in a fierce kiss, a clash of teeth and tongues. Father Gabriel cleared his throat. Magdalena pulled away, her lips swollen, her eyes wide with a mix of desire and shame. She wiped her mouth with the back of her hand, her gaze darting to Father Gabriel. Sammy's eyes narrowed, his gaze filled with a quiet fury at Father Gabriel. "What's in it for you?" he demanded. Father Gabriel met his gaze. "Nothing," he said. "She helped me, and I want to return the favor." Sammy's laughter filled the air. "So let me get this straight. You running around town with Maggie and looking for a washed-up old broad." He spat. Magdalena's eyes flashed. "Hey!" she exclaimed. Father Gabriel remained silent, his eyes fixed on Sammy. Sammy's gaze shifted to the priest, his lips twisting into a sneer, his words filled with a quiet mockery. "So nothing's in it for you?" he asked, his tone dripping with sarcasm, with a twisted sense of disbelief. Father Gabriel nodded, his eyes never wavering, his voice steady, his words a simple statement of fact. "That's right," he said. Sammy shook his head, his laughter filling the air once more. "This nigga," he muttered. He turned to Magdalena, his hand reaching out, his fingers curling around her wrist, a command, a demand for obedience. "All right, wait here. Let me get my shirt," he said. With a tug, he pulled Magdalena inside, the door slamming shut behind them, leaving Father Gabriel alone on the porch. "Okay," he murmured. In Arlo's apartment bedroom in the building that he owns, Liz stands in a dark closet, with her hands tied behind her back. Her feet shuffle side to side, duct tapes wrapped around her mouth. She wears a black nightgown. Her mascara has run down her face. She's exhausted and scared. The room's small. Upon entering, a mirror faces the door. To the right on the adjacent wall is a queen-size bed. To the right of that is the closet where Liz is. Arlo walks towards her from the bathroom opposite side of the room with a rope in his hand. He wears only black boxer briefs. He throws a rope over the closet rod. Liz's eyes water in fear. She shakes her head side to side in a no gesture. Arlo lassos the rope together and puts it around her head. In the confines of Sammy's car, the night pressed in around them, broken only by the harsh glow of the streetlights that flashed by. Sammy's hands gripped the steering wheel, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. Beside him, Magdalena sat in the passenger seat, her voice filling the air. In the back seat, Father Gabriel's eyes wandered. His lips moved in silent supplication, the words of the Lord's Prayer falling from his tongue like a mantra. His fingers curled around the wooden rosaries that hung from his neck, the beads cool against his skin. The car slowed, Sammy guiding it to the curb with a practiced ease. He glanced over his shoulder, his eyes meeting Father Gabriel's in the rearview mirror. "All right, this is it," Sammy said, his voice low. Father Gabriel nodded, his gaze drifting to the building that loomed before them, its windows dark. He drew in a deep breath, his shoulders squaring, his jaw clenching with determination. "Thank you, Sammy," he said. He pushed open the door, his feet hitting the pavement with a dull thud. Magdalena followed, her movements quick. "So are you going to be okay in there?" she asked. She raised a cigarette to her lips, taking a deep drag before tossing it aside. "You shouldn't smoke so much," he said. Magdalena's lips twitched, a small smile playing at the corners of her mouth. "Yes, Father," she murmured. "I'm still on the clock, so I show my face there, and it won't be good for me," she said. Father Gabriel nodded, his hands reaching for his jacket, his fingers tugging at the zipper, pulling it up to cover the white collar that marked him as a man of God. Magdalena turned, her steps carrying her back towards the car. She paused, her hand on the door, her eyes meeting Father Gabriel's once more. "And Father," she said, her voice soft, "peace be with you or whatever the fuck." Her words a playful jab, a desperate attempt to lighten the mood. Father Gabriel's smile widened, his eyes filled with a quiet warmth. "Thank you, Magdalena," he said. Magdalena grinned, her laughter filling the air. She slid into the car, her eyes meeting Father Gabriel's through the window. "I'll see you in church," Father Gabriel called out. Magdalena's laughed. "Sure thing," she replied. The car pulled away, its taillights disappearing into the night, leaving Father Gabriel alone on the curb. He turned, his gaze drifting to the building that loomed before him. With a deep breath, he crossed himself, his fingers tracing the sacred symbol across his chest. He stepped through the entrance, his footsteps echoing down the hallway, his heart pounding in his chest as he made his way deeper into the bowels of the building. The hallway stretched out before him, junkies huddled in doorways, their eyes glazed, their bodies racked with the tremors of withdrawal. Prostitutes sauntered past, their faces hard, their bodies a commodity. "Father." Gabriel's steps faltered, his heart racing, his mind reeling with the enormity. He approached a door, his hand trembling as he reached for the handle, his fingers curling around the cool metal. He pushed the door open, his eyes widening as he took in the sight before him. A woman sat on the bed, her body barely covered by the sheer fabric of her underwear, her breasts bared to the world, and her face a mask of pain. Father Gabriel stood in the doorway. "Do you know where I can find Arlo?" he asked. The woman rose from the bed, her movements slow. She made her way towards him. She stood before him, her eyes meeting his. With trembling fingers, she reached out, her hand curling around the zipper of his jacket, tugging it down to reveal the white collar that marked him as a man of God. Her lips met his, a moment of connection. Father Gabriel stood frozen, his mind reeling. The woman pulled away, her eyes filled with a quiet understanding. With a trembling hand, she pointed down the hallway, towards the door that lay at the end. Father Gabriel nodded, his hand reaching out, his thumb tracing the sacred symbol of the cross across her forehead. The woman's eyes fluttered closed, her body trembling beneath his touch. With a final glance, Father Gabriel turned, his steps carrying him down the hallway. His pace quickened, his fear giving way to a quiet determination. He reached the end of the hallway, his hand hovering over the doorknob, his heart pounding in his chest. With trembling fingers, he reached into his pocket, his hand closing around the shard of broken mirror, the jagged edges cutting into his skin. With a deep breath, he turned the knob, the sound of the latch giving way beneath his fingers. As Father Gabriel opens the door, he sees a full-length mirror facing him. In the reflection of the mirror, he can see Liz as she dangles from the rod with the rope tied around her neck. Her toes glide across the floor. She cries. Arlo stands in front of her fully nude and strokes his erect penis. Father Gabriel walks up slowly. "Ah, yes, don't worry, Liz, I'm not going to let you die. This is your punishment for being a bad girl. Keep your eyes on me," Arlo says as he vigorously masturbates. Father Gabriel stands directly behind Arlo. Liz stops crying as she sees Father Gabriel. She stares in surprise. Arlo sees Liz's eye focus behind him. He turns around and sees Father Gabriel. "What the fuck?" Arlo says, very surprised. Arlo rushes and grabs Father Gabriel by the neck with both his hands. He falls on top of him. They fall to the ground. Father Gabriel chokes. His eyes glaze over. He grips the mirror shard. His hand bleeds. He sticks it in the left side of Arlo's ribs. Arlo goes into shock. His eyes look straight ahead. His grip on Father Gabriel's neck loosens. Father Gabriel turns the mirror shard in his side. Arlo's mouth opens and blood spills out. Father Gabriel pushes Arlo off of him. In the dimly lit hallway of Arlo's apartment building, a hushed silence fell over the gathered crowd. Prostitutes and men, their faces etched with a mix of curiosity and fear, stood transfixed, their eyes locked on the figure that emerged from the depths of the building, a broken angel cradled in his arms. Father Gabriel strode forward, his steps purposeful, his gaze fixed straight ahead. In his arms, Liz lay limp, her body battered, her spirit shattered by the horrors she had endured. He pushed through the entrance, the cool night air hitting his face. With gentle hands, he lowered Liz to the ground, his fingers trembling as he slipped his jacket from his shoulders, draping it over her fragile form. The screech of tires against pavement grew louder. Sammy's car careened to a stop before them, the passenger door flying open, a blur of motion as Magdalena leapt from the vehicle, her feet hitting the ground before the car had fully ceased its movement. "I realized you have no way to get back," she called out. Her gaze fell on Liz, her eyes widening, her heart clenching at the sight of her friend, her sister, broken and bruised, a shell of the woman she had once been. "Liz!" she cried, her voice breaking, her arms reaching out, enveloping Liz in a fierce embrace. "Oh my, Liz, are you okay?" Magdalena murmured, her words muffled against Liz's hair, her hands stroking her back. Liz's face was streaked with mascara, the dark trails of her tears. Magdalena pulled away, her steps quick as she made her way to the car. She yanked open the back door, the metal creaking beneath her fingers. She returned to Liz's side, her arm slipping around her waist. "Here, get in," she urged, her voice soft. Liz stumbled forward. She sank into the back seat, her eyes closing, her head falling back against the worn fabric. Magdalena slid in beside her. With a soft click, the door closed behind them. Magdalena's gaze drifted to Father Gabriel. "You coming, Father?" she asked. Father Gabriel shook his head, his hand reaching out, his fingers curling around the passenger door, pulling it shut with a soft thud. "Number, I'll be fine," he said, his voice steady, his gaze fixed on Liz. He paused, his eyes searching Magdalena's face. "Take care of her," he said. His gaze shifted to Sammy, a silent nod passing between them. "Sammy," he said. Father Gabriel's hand tapped against the door, a silent signal. The car pulled away, its taillights disappearing into the night, leaving Father Gabriel alone on the curb. He drew in a deep breath, his lungs filling with the cool night air. His gaze drifted to his hand, to the blood that stained his skin. His eyes lifted, his gaze settling on the apartment building. In the distance, the wail of police sirens grows louder. 3 months had passed since that fateful night. The memory of it etched into Father Gabriel's mind like a scar. In the sanctuary of his quarters at the clergy house, the aroma of freshly brewed coffee filled the air, a comforting scent that spoke of new beginnings. The bedsheets were crisp and smooth, tucked with military precision, a silent testament to the order he had imposed upon his surroundings. Father Gabriel knelt before the open window, his eyes closed, his lips moving in silent prayer as the first rays of the sun crept over the horizon, bathing the room in a soft, golden glow. The warmth of the light caressed his face. In the kitchen, the sizzle of eggs filled the air, mingling with the rich aroma of coffee. Father Gabriel moved with a quiet efficiency, his hands deft as he scrambled the eggs. He sat at the table, his eyes scanning the pages of the newspaper, his mind absorbing the news of the day, the triumphs and tragedies that shaped the world beyond the walls of the clergy house. He sipped his coffee, the bitter liquid a sharp contrast to the sweetness of the eggs. The plate before him lay half empty, the eggs untouched. On the bus, Father Gabriel stood near the front, his hand gripping the rail, his eyes fixed on the world beyond the windows, on the faces of the people who moved through the city. The doors hissed open, and a young mother entered, a newborn baby perched on her hip, a stroller clutched in her free hand. She struggled to lift the stroller onto the bus, her movements clumsy, her face etched with exhaustion. Father Gabriel moved forward, his hands reaching out, his fingers curling around the side of the stroller. With a grunt of effort, he lifted it onto the bus, his muscles straining beneath the fabric of his clerical attire. The young mother's eyes widened, surprise and gratitude mingling in their depths. "Oh, hey, thanks," she said, her voice soft. "You're welcome," Father Gabriel replied, his lips curving into a smile, his eyes filled with a quiet warmth. The woman's gaze drifted to his collar. "Thank you, Father," she murmured. Father Gabriel's smile widened as the bus rumbled through the streets. He continues to stare out the window, a small smile appears on his lips. Father Gabriel stepped into the soup kitchen, the bustling activity of the room enveloping him like a warm embrace. People stood in line, their faces etched with weariness, their eyes filled with a desperate hope for a hot meal. He made his way to the break room, his steps purposeful, his mind focused on the task at hand. With a practiced motion, he grabbed a clean apron from the nearby bin, the fabric crisp beneath his fingers as he slipped it over his head, tying it securely around his waist. The sink in the corner beckoned, and Father Gabriel approached, his hands turning the faucet, the cool water splashing against his skin as he bent forward, cupping his hands to splash his face and neck. The water was a shock to his system, a momentary jolt that pulled him from his thoughts. He reached for the paper towels, patting his skin dry, his eyes catching his reflection in the mirror above the sink. For a moment, he stared at himself, his gaze searching for the demon that once lurked within. The sound of footsteps pulled him from his reverie, and he turned, his eyes widening as Scylla entered the room, a woman close behind her. Scylla was dressed casually, her blonde hair pulled back in a loose ponytail, her jeans and fitted white polo a stark contrast to the clerical attire that Father Gabriel wore. The woman beside her was a vision, her dark hair pulled back in a tight bun, her eyes sparkling with a quiet joy, a sense of purpose that radiated from her very being. Father Gabriel's heart skipped a beat, his breath catching in his throat as he realized who stood before him. "Oh, Father, good you're here. Come, I want you to meet someone," Scylla said, her voice filled with a quiet excitement, a sense of anticipation. Father Gabriel stepped forward, his hand tossing the used paper towels into the small trash can beside the sink, his eyes never leaving the woman's face. "This is Elizabeth Shepherd. She's going to head our youth counseling program," Scylla continued. Father Gabriel's lips curved into a smile, his hand extending, his fingers brushing against Liz's in a fleeting moment of contact. "Elizabeth Shepherd, nice to meet you," he said. Liz's smile was radiant, her eyes filled with a quiet joy. "Nice to meet you, Father," she replied. Scylla glanced at her watch, her brow furrowing. "Well, we should be on our way. I just came down to get some files," she said, her words rushed, her movements quick as she grabbed the files from the desk near the door, her steps carrying her towards the exit, Liz close behind. Father Gabriel watched them go. His fingers fumbled with the ties of his apron. The sound of footsteps pulled him from his thoughts once more, and he turned, his eyes widening as Liz re-entered the room, her arms opening wide, her body pressing against his in a fierce embrace. They held each other, their bodies swaying gently, their hearts beating in unison. Liz pulled away, her eyes shining with unshed tears, her lips curved into a smile, and exits. Father Gabriel stood alone, a smile on his face. He adjusted his apron once more. In the stillness of the community church, Father Gabriel stood before the altar, his hands reaching for the white robe that lay before him, the fabric cool beneath his fingers as he slipped it over his head. The gold stole hung around his neck. In the confessional booth, Father Gabriel sat in silence, his eyes closed, his mind focused. The sound of the curtain parting pulled him from his thoughts, and he opened his eyes, his gaze settling on the small form that knelt before him, a boy of no more than 11. "Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned," the boy whispered, his voice small. Father Gabriel's lips curved into a small smile, his eyes filled with a quiet understanding. "We all have,"